The Dragon going over to Origin. They will go for the fight. Parry taking some damage. So as FLICKR in the back line, they managed to take down Cosq, but will be at the cost of their own lives. Down goes Mountain, down goes Cedrian. Triple kill comes out for FLICKR, and they will be closing out the game. Origin will be taking their second game in week 4. They are now 8-0. Marks above their head. Cedrian again is being pushed away by Libic, almost saved here. Mountain will be the first to drop. In fact, Zayo will trade places with him. Another Cedrian goes down. Libic right over the wall. And Kubon is still on the hunt.
But Ika, no cleanse.
Yeah, no cleanse, and there comes the Frozen 2 coming out. Zayo takes another tower shot. Gilius comes in for the cleanup. He gets one. Gilius, oh, there's the soul up there coming down. And another ice shot as well from Take Fun. He's got his double buffs. He's reclaimed it. And Heaver, one more auto attack. There's the red buff ticking as well. Triple kill for Take Fun. Welcome to the European Challenger Series Spring Split Playoffs. I'm Richard Polscam, and alongside James Stress O'Leary as per usual, and it's time for day 2 of the semi-finals. So before we get proceedings underway, let's take a look at today's schedule and what's going to be coming up, as well as what happened yesterday, because Lowland Lions took down Gamers 2 2-0 in that best of 3. And that of course means today we have Origin and Reason Gaming.
Yeah, very convincing performance yesterday out of the Lowland Lions. That puts them into the final. Today, we're going to decide exactly who will be joining Lowland Lions White in the final and who will join Gamers 2 in our 3rd place game as well.
Yes, indeed. Lowland Lions have already secured their spot in the grand finals. And Gamers 2, they just need to await who they'll have as their opponent. Could be either Origin or Reason Gaming. Of course, Origin are the favourites, I think, coming into this one for sure.
I think that has to be said, but as well, a little bit different from what we saw at the end of last week with regards to Reason Gaming. Reason Gaming are now in the playoff stages, and that's due to a competitive ruling earlier this week against Team Dignitas EU. They decided not to participate in the playoffs, and as such, they relinquished their playoff spot, and they forfeit all playoff prize money as well.
Yeah, and if you want to get full context on this decision, head over to lolesports.com to read the full competitive ruling on Team Dignitas EU during one of our breaks.
Yep. But while you're on LOL Esports as well, you should check out the article that we just published from David Freak Turley. He did an article entitled Welcome to the Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. That'll give you everything you need to know to get yourself ready for the playoffs. We're already halfway through, but there is still time to get that last-minute information. And also, while you're there, make sure you book your ticket for the Challenger Finals next week on Wednesday to see the teams, including Lowland Lions, in our studio here in Berlin.
Well, I'd like to think we're a quarter of the way through, because we haven't played today's games yet.
True.
So we've got a little while to go. But time to get into our second semi-final, best of 3, with Origin and Reason Gaming. As you just mentioned, Stress, due to the competitive ruling on Team Dignitas EU, Reason have been given a second chance. And while this will be a difficult match for them, remember this is the Reason Gaming that took Origin to 50 minutes and were on the very cusp of winning in that game. That was all the way in back on week 2. So they've come a long way since then. As for Origin, they came out of playoffs with only 1 loss at the hands, or I guess paws, of the Lions. And apart from that, have looked like a future LCS team. Every player has proven they can carry games on their own, and with so many threats, that's just such a scary team to face.
Very scary team, and you know, I'm not sure for Reason Gaming's chances right now exactly how they fare. Reason had a very up and down bracket or group stage. When you look at it, they beat a few teams that they should have been beating, lost to the teams that were really above them or expected to be above them. They ended tied with Team Dignitas EU as well, but Reason, they still have the potential there. We always say that when casting Reason, when they're on form, they're still quite good, but it is going to be their toughest test to date. On the other side, Origin, they had a minor blip last week against Lowland Lions, who looked very composed in their win over Origin in that first game of the series. But other than that, very straightforward. 9 games didn't exactly look too uncomfortable for Origin at all.
Yeah, I was speaking to Origin and they were like, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen today. Today should be a much more consistent performance. But let's take a look at that Origin lineup. So it is Soaz in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, FLICKR in the mid lane, with Niels and Miffy as the AD carrying support lane and the bot lane.
Everybody knows the Origin lineup by now, but their opponents over on the red side, some familiar faces here with Kubon in the top lane, Zayu in the jungle, Take Fun in the mid lane with Celiva and Libic in the bottom lane as AD carry and support.
Yeah, some familiar faces in this one, but in this matchup, let's take a look at the AD carries, because on Reason Gaming, it's the ex-LCS AD carry Celiva against a potential future LCS AD carry Niels. And when in Roccat, Celiva was never really the carry of the team, and while he's been in Challenger, yes, he's put up the numbers, but we've also said it ourselves, he's a quiet AD carry. I've never thought that Celiva has really one-man carried Reason Gaming. However, Niels, he's on a team of carries and has shone multiple times despite that.
Niels has been looking pretty sharp this group stage as a whole. I mean, in our broadcasted Wednesday games, he basically went unkilled until the very last week, and his champion diversity has been pretty good as well. But the biggest thing between these two AD carries is the KDA. In the last 10 games, we took a look, and Niels, is 14.5 overall as a KDA to Celiva's 3.79. There's a big difference there. Celiva does play most of the champions that Niels plays, but Niels has shown us the differences with like his Cogmore when they've been trying to play the Juggermore comp, and really Niels offers a lot more versatility to Origin than Celiva seems to do for Reason.
Yeah, it's actually very funny because Origin seems to turn up on days where they're being broadcasted. So when the spotlight's on them, they perform really well. When no one's watching, it's just like, we don't need to show up for the game. But they've done well regardless. 9-1 in the round robin is nothing to sniff at for sure. And Reason Gaming will be feeling it for sure as we get into this one.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly are a team where when the light is on them, they turn up. And that bodes well for when you're playing kind of in a LAN scenario. But this is still online. The lights are on bright, so we'll see which team can come out ahead. Yeah,
and we'll see the start of that as we get into Champion Select and see where the bans and the picks lie in this one. So Origin, they were the higher seed, of course, taking the #1 seed, so they did select blue side for games 1 and 3. And this is, of course, game 1, so they're on the blue side. So we'll see where their ban champions go. The first one's going to be up at Kubon as the Fizz, and a faster quick fire back in the form of Lulu. And then Nidalee from Origin.
Yeah, I like this Lulu ban coming out from Reason. Origin are one of the only challenger teams that have shown us the Juggermore style comp. And we talked a lot on LCS this past week, how Lulu kind of pins that all together, gives you a lot of versatility on a first pick side, on blue side. So Reason getting that out of the way. A lot of high power bans coming out here.
Yeah, I'd argue that Origin on Juggermore is a bit of a coin flip, but we'll see where this one goes. Zed will be aimed to take Fun, of course, those big assassin champions that he likes in the mid lane, starting to take those away. LeBlanc as well, take Fun plays, but has been banned away from Xpec in this one by Reason Gaming, and they'll finish up by banning away Maokai from SOAS.
An interesting one here, because as much as SOAS has played champions like Maokai, typically he's been playing a lot of Morgana up in that top lane role. We saw, actually, the last time these two played, SOAS played Morgana, and they did that double banner of command strategy as well. That was in the Tuesday game, but there's been a lot of bans focused just at, as you said, the assassins from Zed coming out here, bans against Take Fun. Origin are a little bit different of a team. They don't exactly have those 1 or 2 champions that you can say, this is what they're going to play, let's ban that. So Reason, a little bit smarter with their bans, banning things that are strong and versatile.
Yeah, feels like the shotgun strategy. It's just ban out a bunch of things and hope that something sticks. And Origin, they always have the champion pools to play around that. Their strategy will continue to adapt. And they already just pick up the Gragas, presumably for the jungle. So they just lock that one in early. Swajani, of course, is still available. This is 5.6. So we did have the Swajani changes coming in where the ult and the damage from W have been changed. Ult now doesn't slow 90% if you whiff it. It's only 30%.
Right, yeah, we are on 5.6. That's, as you mentioned, that is the key thing here for this patch for when we go through. So what are we looking for here on the first rotation? They're going to lock in both their solo laners.
Yeah, so Ari comes in for Take Fun. He is a champion he's played a bunch of times. And also the Hecarim for the top lane for Kubon. Seen lots of top laners in the Challenger Series attempt this pick. And we'll see if Kubon can drive it home.
We will see. I mean, we saw Xaxus trying it for Maus, didn't really get the engages off that they wanted. So, I mean, this is quite a powerful duo of solo laners right now. You've got laners that have lane presence and the potential to set up fights. You look at a pick potential from Ari or the engage potential from Hecarim. I actually like this. This is quite a strong first 2 picks out of Reason Gaming. We'll have to see what Origin will answer with. There's the Corki, and actually, okay, so Rek'Sai has been locked in as well. This, I would imagine, will be Gragas top lane, as we have seen a couple of times. So the Gragas was actually a flex, and now they've locked in a very strong set of jungle and AD carries here. Expect there to be a massive power spike here when the Corki Trinity Force hits for Niels.
Yeah, it's all about the mid game so far for the Origin composition. We'll see how Reason Gaming respond. They have locked in the support of Janna, coming in for the support role, but we'll see what they do for the jungle. Sejani would make sense. There's still a lot of people touting her as one of the strongest junglers past Gragas and past Rek'Sai, which they've also taken that away from Reason Gaming. So even if they wanted the Rek'Sai, they couldn't have it, and Nidalee's been taken away.
I really think it's smart to take away the Rek'Sai here. Zayu is a player who loves to get on the earlier game junglers. We know he plays a lot of Lee Sin normally. So taking away this kind of setup with Rek'Sai Ahri, where you can potentially get quite a few kills, or Rek'Sai hacker him in the same kind of manner, actually just takes away a lot of what Reason could have opted for here.
Yeah, so they do eventually lock in that Sejani for Zayu in the jungle. I do agree that it is kind of further away from his typical playstyle, so hopefully that throws a curveball in the mix for Origin onto Reason. Now, we're just waiting for their last 2 picks into this one, waiting on a potential mid laner, or, mid laner and indeed the support for Origin.
And over on Reason, we're waiting for the AD carry. We've been discussing Seliver a little bit here. He's only played 5 different champions, which actually with AD carries is a fair amount of versatility when you look at it. He's tended towards Kalista in the most of the games, then Corki now off the table. Other champions he's played has been Jinx and Lucian, so I wonder whether he'll go for something that has lane presence or something that has a little bit more scaling, but still a lot of ambiguity in this composition from Origin. I expect that to be a mid lane Lissandra now, with that Gragas staying in the top lane.
Yeah, I think so too. Again, those two could swap, but it's fairly unlikely. We do have the Annie now coming in, so we do have that bot lane secured. Again, we could just see lane swap-ups as well, so literally all of these lanes from Origin could go anywhere in the beginning of the game. That's something that'll be preying on the minds of Reason Gaming as they look for their AD carry in this one. Do have some backline charge because they have the Hecarim, they have the Sejani. Saw that run yesterday, in fact, by Gamers 2. Didn't do too well. They kind of went into the backline and all died. So hopefully it works better in this case for Reason Gaming.
Hopefully so. We are still waiting on the AD carry. It looks like they really are discussing this Tristana quite a lot potentially. Now, Trist did get those changes and could potentially be what Reason are looking for here. We know Seliver has experience, you know, in a lot of games, and he's comfortable on champions at scale later into the game. Just haven't quite locked it in yet. A little bit more time left on this counter, but what a Tristana pick would kind of do is give Reason the ability to go later into the game. Their composition right now is fairly mid-game focused, and later scaling, you kind of have a little bit less damage. So with the Tristana locked in, they now kind of curve out that side of their game plan.
Yeah, so they now have the Ahri for the mid lane. Yeah, I'm going to swap that up. It's not going to be AD carry Ahri, but yeah, so they do have kind of power spikes all over the place, and hopefully they can bring that to Origin.
And one thing Origin have to combat some power spikes is the amount of burst damage and also disruption in teamfights. You look at an Annie Tibbers engage, you've got Lissandra getting into the backline, Rek'Sai into the backline, Gragas pulling the front line or the backline different ways across a fight. There's a lot that Reason Gaming are going to have to keep timers of here from Origin's side so that they don't get caught out in a 1 versus 2 situation and blown up instantly.
Yeah, it's actually going to be very difficult when they start hitting like dragon fights, because you look at this composition, it's all going to really be down to the Hecarim and whether he can get the home guard, because he should have home guards by then and then try and jump in with the teleport home guard strat. But if you're against like a Gragas who'll knock you away, there's a lot to disrupt that as he goes, and even Lissandra, a well-timed Ring of Frost, could be very difficult to play against. But as we do get into game, head over to Twitter and use those hashtags OGWin and RGWin to punch in your vote, and we'll be checking in throughout the game on what you guys think at home.
We will. Well, what we think at home is that this... home.
Well, we're not at home. So.
Yeah, this is where I stay.
Yeah, just under the desk, you just appear on show days.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's how it works. Every week, I'm just always here. Never want to leave.
Today I learned. But we are going to get into this one. It is Origin versus Reason Gaming in this first game of this best of 3 in the semi-final. This is our final semi-final before we get to the finals next week.
A lot of finals.
A lot of finals.
Lots and lots of finals.
Well,
which is ironic, because the final should be the last one.
Okay, so Origin heading out of their base, moving into this mid lane. We'll see if we see a scrap in the early game. I believe I want to say last week, but yesterday was the most bloodthirsty level 1 we've seen for a while.
Yeah, we had that pretty crazy...
Only one person died, but everyone was fighting in that top lane. So
one of the last 2 times these 2 teams met, there was a level 1 invade that looked very similar to this. This was the one where they had the Veigar support, and Soaz is actually going over the back wall. He's going to come around on Zayu. Zayu died at level 1 in the last time these two teams played.
Yeah,
are we going to
just
see a
laugh at me.
repeat of that again? Here comes the body slam out of Soaz. He gets it.
Now's not the time to be laughing. Miffy comes in with the stun. There's the
Deja
follow-up.
vu.
Flash, 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 dead.
It's the same. This is exactly the same kind of play that Origin did against Reason in game 1 of their group stage. Zayu died in exactly the same spot.
Yeah. He thought he was having a laugh off with his opponents.
Well, Origin certainly had the last laugh.
Yeah, they did. They're laughing all the way to the bank.
However,
so
how many
going back.
how many flashes did they use? Because that was 4 flashes. Trading for 1 flash from Zayu, and they get the kill. What did they trade it into? A Doran's Ring here for Gragas. So that should help his laning phase out quite immensely. It just depends on where the swaps end up here. We know Kubon, looking at his items, is going to go for that start with Onia Flask start, go back, get some items. If he's in a lane swap, could very well be that cloth armor that we've seen a couple of times. But Reason don't look too certain on this either. They were kind of waiting just to maybe not pass a ward, but
they've finally done so.
They've passed the ward, and you can see that Mithy is actually recalling already. Rather than look to even show himself and set up a freeze there in the top lane, he just instantly gets himself out.
Yeah, they are determined to not get Corki in that 1-on-2. Celeber now going down. It's just mind games left, right, and center, but that ward only just died, so they have seen Celeber and Libic heading into the bottom side of the map. Does that now mean that Origin will try and get to the top side? Not quite the case. Niels is like, I'm done walking around the map. I just want to farm. I'm an AD carry. Miffy heading in there as well, so they will eventually get that one down. It will be the 1-on-1 in the top lane. Kubon, now in that 1-on-1, has allowed him to go for those boots.
Yes, that was the point that I was going to bring up. His boots is now going to give Hecarim that little bit more damage, a lot more mobility in the lane as well. And Soaz managed to hit level 2 with having that kill as well. So no real experience advantage, maybe a teeny bit in favor of Soaz, but Amazing knows that Zayu has to be careful throughout his own jungle and will steal it away. Now he's going to spot him out in the Tremor sense.
Yeah, he'll see where he's going, and that'll mean Zayu has to chill in mid lane for a little bit, maybe even take the long route, or just recall straight up. The red buff is still alive. Amazing is going to ward it up. He has the Tremor Sense as well, and he'll be using that Prey Seeker to drag it around the wall here. Or rather, the red buff is not cooperating quite how we would have liked, but there we go. Now into the bush, and he has pulled out those Cinderlings as well, so Zayu heading back to base. Amazing comes out with the free buff start as long as he can get to his own red buff in time. Yeah,
and that's the real question here, because Zayu, he backed because he couldn't just go straight to the red because he didn't know where Amazing was going straight away. Now Zayu's going to have a little bit more information knowing exactly that red buff is gone, so it's going to be a tough game for Zayu to get back into. And remember, Sejuani's early clear did get reduced here, so a little bit less damage on Sejuani's kit is going to make it even tougher for Zayu to get back into this game.
Yeah, and Zayu has always really been about that early game. His bot lane does get harassed. Celeber taking quite a lot of damage from that fast bomb, followed by the auto attacks from Miffy, showing their presence in the bottom lane. But Zayu, talking about him, he is heading into the top lane. He'll be warding that Tribush, but he's walking over a ward from Soaz as well, so they know he's there. And all Soaz will try to do is kind of... yeah, Zayu knows where he is. Soaz was backing off just a little bit, trying to waste some of his time. And we'll just wait for this minion wave to come into him. But Zayu has generally been about the early game, whereas Amazing has liked to go for those carry junglers. He actually has some of the highest damage dealt out of the junglers so far in the Challenger series. So likes to do a lot of that carrying from the jungle role. As we mentioned before when we were talking about the teams, pretty much everyone can be a carry on Origin. That's difficult to play against.
Zayu's actually just sitting up in that top lane. He just sat there and leached experience for a while from Kubon because he really had no other option until Raptor Camp came back up.
Yep.
Because Amazing, as you can see, is again in Zayu's jungle here, taking away another camp, and that reduces Zayu's ability to do anything. There's no way a Sejuani is going to go into a Rek'Sai's jungle. That is suicidal. So just taking away these small camps every so often forces Zayu either to leech from his lanes or just to take the small amount of camps that are around and try and get into lanes for ganks. There's flashing up on Celeber in the bottom lane, constant pressure being put out on the map by Origin.
Yep, Zayu now heading into his jungle. We'll find that his wolves have been taken down. Okay, I'll have to go for the small ones. At least he'll get a small amount of experience from that, but Amazing is really just running rampant so far into that jungle. He's almost level 5 compared to Zayu, who is still level 4 himself. He does have that razor sharp buff that he did get from smiting the Raptors to take away this ward, but now Amazing knows where he is. This is an interesting spot. He has his flash coming up in a couple seconds, so he might try and go for the mid lane.
And this is something that Origin actually do fairly often, is Amazing will just sit here and read how the lane is going on the enemy mid laner here. You can see Amazing just patiently waiting it out, doesn't have to force things anytime soon.
Here
and now they're going to go. Ooh.
Yeah, comes in with the tunnel. Take Fun, he did burn his ultimate, didn't use either summoners, but he'll use the last couple of charges to farm out the minion wave as it heads under turret. So, not the worst in the world. FLICKR still has both his ultimate and all his summoners.
Yeah, I mean, getting the ultimate pretty much for free there is going to be a pretty safe win there for Origin as well. Ari not having that for the next minute or so is going to make her a little bit more vulnerable than she normally would be, but back up to this top lane, you can see that even though Soaz got that first blood gold, Kuban is being a little bit pesky, a little bit difficult to deal with here. He's up on CS, but Soaz did just back, as did Hecarim as well. Both teleports are available, so any kind of dragon shenanigans early on will be responded to.
Yeah, there goes the tunnel. But yeah, Kuban has not gone for the home guards just yet, didn't have the funds for it. But Soaz is actually looking towards maybe even a Lich Bane, maybe a Triforce. He's definitely looking towards the Sheen with the Amptome and Blue Crystal coming in here, the Sapphire Crystal. So we'll see where that one goes into. Very interested in the build in general, because this is a top lane Gragas rather than the jungle one.
Yeah, it is interesting as well, because so top lane Gragas we saw a good few months ago when Maokai really had his prominence back last season. Then it is top lane that they're going for, but that was a bit of a whiffed explosive cast there again, and Kuban has his ultimate, so we'll be able to get out. But what you used to do on Gragas was you go Rod of Ages, and then just become tanky and get a lot of tank stats and AP at the same time. So very interesting that we're actually seeing Soaz going for what is potentially a Sheen build here, plus maxing Q rather than what a lot of players used to do towards the end of Gragas going out, which was you max W and basically just bonk people on the head with that cask, and it just really hurt with his W. So we haven't seen a lot of top lane Gragas recently, but that was what we used to see out of Gragas, and it looks like it is no longer the case. Yeah,
actually in EU we did see some players pick up the Lich Bane as a first item in career as well, so we might see the same in this game. It depends what he goes for. He might even go for Iceborne Gauntlet. It could be anything from that Sheen, but if, Amazing now heading into his jungle. Second line of buffs has just started to spawn. Zayu has managed to hit 6 himself despite all that early counter jungling, and will be going onto this dragon. There is currently no vision control. Actually, I think he did step over a ward, but with Reason Gaming coming in from the bot lane, they should be able to take this one unless Origin are able to do something. But I mean, Amazing is on the top side of the map.
Yeah, Amazing being the other side of the map is just good use of timing here by Reason. Amazing prioritizes the red buff over the dragon, and he actually got spotted going over the back wall. So now he's actually in a 1 versus 2 situation. Soaz nowhere near. Amazing knows that he's been found.
He needs to get out of the charm. He does do so, but that's the ultimate coming out from Kuban as well. Goodbye, Amazing. He was actually going over a pink ward into that, so he would have seen it. He was actually probably just looking at the red buff rather than his own screen. But Miffy and Niels coming into the bot lane again, getting the damage onto Saliver. But this is a good early start for Reason Gaming, despite being behind just a little in terms of gold, but they did pick up the first dragon.
Really good response to how this game started out by Reason Gaming. So their thought process on this is, we know Amazing is going to want to contest our red buff again, because he's already done it in this game. He has the timer. So let's prioritize the lower side of the map and just ward up and make sure. Amazing went over the Baron wall, but actually didn't spot the pink ward because he went past the bush rather than through it. Now Zayu is here actually standing still, but he's on a ward, so Amazing knows that he is there. And this is looking to be a 2 versus 2 up here, but Zayu has his ultimate now, and that is a lot scarier a prospect when Sejuani has an ult than when she doesn't. In they go.
It will be coming very soon. Expeke comes in from the sidelines, just get the Frozen Tomb down onto Zayu. Kuban blasted away by the explosive cask, and Amazing and Peke are looking for more onto Kuban. Last tower shot will be taking down Amazing for the 1-for-2 trade in favor of Origin.
Yeah, Amazing just overstaying a teeny bit in that fight. Couldn't drop the turret aggro before Kuban died there, but nevertheless it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Origin. But Takefun has been pushing this mid lane at the same time, and that could become problematic, because if that mid lane tower falls anytime soon, Takefun will be out on the map and could dangerously roam towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, so now that we're 10 minutes into the game, we can take a look at some of the items and just the general scoreboard and how things are going. So in the mid lane, we do have that Morellonomicon now picked up by FLICKR, and then Take Fun looking towards maybe even the Ludens. He has picked up the Aether Wisp. In the bot lane, we can see a big CS differential, 89 farm to 54, so large advantage to Niels. So far, we haven't had any jungler intervention down there, sort of been winning straight up 2v2. He's well on his way to his Trinity Force, whereas Celiva had to go for his pickaxe and an Avarice Blade, so he's just trying to stick in the game and try and get as much gold as he can to get to that first power spike.
Man, that is a massive CS difference between the two AD carries, and we talked about them coming into this game and who was going to have more effect. Certainly, Origin are well on the way to that Trinity Force power spike timing that we already discussed, but Reason, they're going to pressure out the wards here from Origin, kill a couple, and then make their way back down to bottom lane. But Celiva really needs to get some farm from somewhere if he wants any hope of getting into this game, and he's not getting it yet. No,
he's kind of waddling back and forth, and it's like, well, there's no Gromp, there's a crab, but it's a little far away. FLICKR in the mid lane, there's the Frozen Tomb, right onto Take Fun. Amazing coming into this one as well. He does not have flashes. Take Fun burns his ultimate. He even managed to keep hold of his flash, so he's not going to be too unhappy with that result. He only really lost his ultimate.
What it does, though, is allow Amazing to push out.
Nope.
Thought Take Fun had that for a second, but allows Amazing to push deep into the enemy jungle again. Zayu's going to come for a repeat gank here in this middle lane. FLICKR has his flash, but is out of mana, so he will decide to back anyway. And speaking of mana, that's one thing that Take Fun hasn't opted for yet. We haven't seen any mana itemization, and that becomes problematic when he wants to trade constantly in lane. He now is just saving up for one basically all in here, using everything onto somebody and not relying on having to use more than one rotation of skills.
Well, Zayu is sat in the bot lane, maybe waiting for a gank to happen, or he's just chilling. Could be either of the two. So far, Zayu has just been looking for counter ganks, and the last one did not go too well, but he's going to try his gank in the bot lane and get seen by the minions. Is like, not this time. He will be going for the crab, though. We'll be taking that consolation prize. Or no, he's going to go straight past the crab. Crab gets to live for another day.
Crab's a pacifist, man.
Yep. He's worth gold, so...
Wow. Is that what you're saying? It doesn't matter whether somebody's innocent.
I mean, he's worth gold.
We learned something about Pulse here today.
I mean,
we also are learning that Origin have got a lot of damage down onto Reason Gaming's turret. They will take the first one of the game here.
Yeah, so they do trade, well, they don't trade it, but they do have that one tower to the first dragon of the game, which went to Reason Gaming. Coincidentally, that dragon is coming up in 1 minute 30 as Livic in the bot lane gets chunked hard by Miffy and the damage from Niels, but they'll have to make a hasty retreat as Kubon is coming in from base with the home gods. There comes the ultimate, the Onslaught of Shadows, takes down Miffy. Can they get in a kill in response though? Because Soaz is there. There's the whiffed ultimate by Zayu, not going to be doing too much, but Take from the mid lane as well. All 5 members from Reason Gaming are in the bot lane. Amazing arrives to the party a little too late, as does FLICKR. A nice 2-0 trade for Reason Gaming.
Great 2-0. They get one of the kills at least onto Take Fun there as well. And Celiva, very importantly, picks up his first of the game here as well. So Reason really needed that trade to get their mid and AD carry into this game. Hopefully that'll be enough for them maybe to stop the onslaught here from Origin as they reach some really big items.
Yeah, and talking about items, that mid lane of Take Fun did go towards the Luden's Echoes, so he's going to have that large amount of damage in the early game, and a decent amount of wave clear to boot. But in the top lane, Soaz did go for that Lichbane first, so yes, we did see that a couple of months ago, but Lichbane first is an interesting item as there's no AP currently for it to scale off, so it's only just scaling off itself. So it's not the huge amount of damage in the world, but it is a lot of damage from his bonk with W.
This time Amazing will prioritize Dragon and actually, Take
There's
Fun.
the flash, there's the ultimate onto Take Fun. Amazing comes in with the knock-up as well. He'll be going down. And Miffy will fire off a warning shot towards Zayu. Don't come any closer. We'll do that to you as well.
Oh man, no tower available for Take Fun there as he stepped a little too far forward towards FLICKR, who will use his flash to just make sure he secures that kill. Knows that he's confident, especially with Dragon coming up as well. Good timing out of Origin to make sure that they can secure this one.
Yeah, he was definitely worth the flash. He died before even the Frozen Tomb had dissipated, so he didn't get to use ult or his flash. So Take Fun, he has those summons available, but that is the first dragon going over to Origin. Now it's 2 dragons total and 1 apiece to both Origin and Reason Gaming. This game is still very close, but Origin is still pulling ahead 93%.
Oh, that's not close.
On the fan vote. That's not close. And hopefully Origin can maybe pull further ahead. Zayu comes forwards again, whips the ultimate. Take Fun comes in though, and no mana on XPeke. He's got nowhere to run. The Ignite was ticking down, but the Flail picks it up from Zayu, so he'll be taking up that kill. Maybe would have liked it to go into Take Fun, but hey, a kill's a kill.
Both mid laners playing a little bit sloppy here, not respecting the potential for other junglers to be around, and if XPeke and Take Fun keep trading kill after kill like that, we're in for a bit of a bloodthirsty series when you look at things. Lots of damage down in the bottom lane as well, coming out from Niels. Couldn't quite get that turret because of the Janna shield as well, and Zayu just shows himself to try and deter them, but next push could potentially make it topple over. Yeah,
Niels is now 150 farm, which is pretty much perfect from an AD carry at this point in the game, where Celeva is only lagging behind on 100 CS, 99 at this point. And that Trinity Force has been picked up by Niels at only 16 minutes. Pretty good going. Miffy comes in with the flash tip as the stun as well. Celeva will have to jump away with Rocket Jump. And there comes the Rocket as well to send them packing. That's the bottom tower also falling to Origin. So they shove away the competition, and they'll be having to take a trip back to base.
To put that in perspective between the AD carries right now, that means for every 3 CS that Niels is getting, one of them they're pressuring away from Celeva as well. That means every 3rd creep, Celeva's getting forced away from his minion wave because he can't deal with this Corki and the Annie. And that's a really big problem if they can't get Celeva to free farm on his own. Now that turrets have fallen in top and bottom, that should be a lot easier to do here with the Tristana, but it's Soaz that needs a little bit of protection. Kuban?
Stop that.
Yeah.
Yeah, a nice Q to the face of Hecker, and we'll stop him with his Rampage coming in. And we'll see where else they choose to take this. So in the mid lane currently, it is 140 farm to Take Fun, who is still sitting on his Ludens, compared to Peke, who's now finished both his boots and also a needlessly large rod. Gone for the Merc Treads as well, so that will be allowing him to get out of some of the burst damage from the heavy AP coming out from Take Fun multiple times. The mid lanes have been going and trading, as Peke picking up the blue buff as well. And now we're kind of getting into a more of a lull period in the game here, Stress, as the teams just kind of collect their thoughts, take all of the camps that they can, maybe even take the crab. Niels has the right idea. That's worth gold.
It is
Got
worth
it.
gold.
54 gold.
I mean,
that's pretty value. Taking a trip to Value Town in this one.
It's worth even more gold if you're a jungler.
It is, yeah.
It is, yeah. But, you know, one thing I want to take a look at is, out of these junglers, the one thing that separates these 2 teams from some of the other teams we have in Challenger, which sounds weird when you look at their seedings being 1st and 4th respectively, is these 2 teams are actually better at warding than our other teams. Origin has the highest wards per minute count, Reason Gaming have the 2nd. A lot of it is due to their junglers constantly picking up Sightstone. They always play junglers seemingly that can build a Sightstone, and you can see that Zayu's had his for a while. Amazing has got his now as well. And Origin are very good at taking away the vision control and establishing their own. I wonder whether Reason can keep up with it. So far, oh, double sweeper. I was about to sing their praises. Oh, wow, okay.
Devastating charge onto Soaz, lots of damage coming through. And after killing a million as well, so.
Soaz isn't building any kind of tank stats or resistances. When you look at things, he's not gone for a Rod of Ages or a Righteous Glory or anything like that that's going to allow him to stack up. He's opting for a Lich Bane and then, you know, further AP items on top of that.
Oh, Zayu gets away with the blue buff, so he did secure that for himself, and now Amazing and Niels have gone past that ward. Again, looking for the devastating charge. Be body slamming away from that, so will be taking the damage in the top lane. But you can see how on the back foot Soaz is. He's not able to push up in this lane. He's just really clearing the minion waves and just trying to stop the stampede of Hecarim in the top lane currently. And we'll see what's happening in this bot lane, because they're still trying to pressure this turret, but it's 3 versus 3. And there's a decent amount of wave clear from Celeva, especially when this procs off. Goodbye minion wave. I'll take Fun heading into the top lane, trying to just make something happen. Soaz, however, is recalling in that further back bush, and they may just give up this tower. In fact, it's down to about 50% HP, so this is a goner.
Yep, that's an easy tower to take here, and you know, Reason, they've reached a power spike of their own. You look at it, Trinity Force has been completed onto Kuban with the home guards, but Origin deep into the enemy jungle, and clearing things out. You can see that Trinity Force completed on Corki as well, so this is Origin's time that they really want to be pressuring out objectives, and they're pushing up into mid. They may be about to get surrounded if if they're not careful, of TakeFun, who was looking to cross through mid, but knew that that would be a dangerous path for him to self-to-take as well. He's going to do it anyway, just throwing caution to the wind.
So far, Origin have not crushed Reason Gaming, so a lot of people coming into this were kind of expecting that to be the case, but Reason Gaming have really held their own. I know they've been practicing a lot over the last couple of weeks, preparing for playoffs, and it was a big hit to morale after being eliminated, but this second chance has really just given them a breath of fresh air, and they have come back into this with even more motivation, because they only have 2 chances. They can try and beat Origin here, progress to the Grand Finals, or drop down and try and challenge Gamers 2, who I might add looked very shaky yesterday. So Reason Gaming do have a very good chance at making the promotion tournament, no matter the result coming into this.
This is a very different game from yesterday as well when you look at the Lowland Lions and Gamers 2 series. That was very fast-paced, very kind of balls to the walls. Kuban,
well, it might start getting fast-paced because there comes the ultimate onto Kuban. He'll be losing Onslaught of Shadows to get away from the fight, but Niels is dropping low. Goodbye to the AD carry and looking for Celiva to maybe deal some more damage, but he's dropped low himself, and they'll be taking this crab, hopefully trying to get that gold over that team, and of course the Shrine and the Vision, which has been reduced in 5.6 and can't actually see inside the pit, but when it's dragged out like that, they can definitely see the dragon.
Yeah, they can. Teleport comes through from Kuban.
And will not be using the devastating charge to get in for the fight. The dragon is dropping low. It's going to come down to a smite war. Amazing just not trying to get in range for it, though. It was a 4v5, especially with Kuban off to the sidelines, did not want to make that the case.
That is Reason taking their second dragon of the game as well. And that fight looked so good, but Niels, for once, just not quite in the right position, got blown up by TakeFun from the side. Ooh, Kuban's gonna land a lot of damage onto
the
Miffy.
Devastating charge again onto Miffy. There's the Rampage. He goes down in an instant, living from the side. He will come in with the Flash Monsoon and keeps the Hecarim alive. I thought he was a horse, but apparently he's got 9 lives. He's a cat in this one.
May very well be, but Origin are not respecting Reason Gaming at all right now. They are constantly trying to be aggressive, and yes, they have been ahead and are still ahead, but you can't just stand there when you can see a teleport being channeled by a Hecarim that has a Trinity Force and Home Guard boots and not say, hey, I should probably back away from this. Origin, they need to just tighten up their game a little bit, not be too optimistic about their own play, because honestly that's part of the reason why they lost to Lowland Lions is Kyrie got very far ahead and Origin didn't respect that and they lost.
Yes.
And they've got to be careful it doesn't happen again.
Well, the tower is also on the receiving end of devastating charges from Hecarim, and that will be crumbling in the mid lane, so Reason Gaming looking to connect the tower advantage and try and get even with Origin, who are still 3-2, but in terms of gold, they've been leading all the way through this game, but it's not been by a significant margin. It's been by a moderate one, around 3,000 gold ahead for the last couple of minutes, despite how all of these fights have been going. So while they're slightly ahead, they need to do a little more with that, because mid lane TakeFun has picked up his death cap now. And as you mentioned, that power spike onto Kuban, he's got the Trinity Force, had that for a while now. And in the bot lane, Celiva has finally completed an advantage.
And I'm a little bit worried for Origin's scaling when you look at things. The fact that Gragas is building predominantly AP so far, I'd like to see him start itemizing a little bit towards tank now as well, because they're going up against a Tristana who is going to scale well into the late game. They have a Corki who won't do quite so well against tanky Sejuanis and Hecarims and the like. They need to be more proactive. They need to get further ahead right now before their comp kind of outscales itself.
Yeah, Soaz, I'm not entirely sure what he's been doing this game. I mean, like, he's been farming in the top lane, he's got the Lich Bane, he's got the Morellonomicon, but he hasn't really had an impact yet. And I would like to see him do something perhaps in this mid-game here.
This is what I mean by Niels not respecting. Gragas is in the bottom lane, yes, teleport is available. Amazing, not quite near the team either. And yet Niels is pushing in. Yes, they've got it warded, but they can clearly see a good few members of Reason here. And it's just plays like that if Reason were closer in this game than they are, the Reason could easily exploit that. And that's problematic for Origin. It's that walking that fine line between playing risky and getting ahead and playing a little bit too risky and falling behind.
Yeah.
But
I mean, yeah,
they didn't get punished for it.
It will catch up to them very quickly, though, because as soon as Reason Gaming realize that they can go for a 5-on-5 fight, You have Zayu jumping in, you have Kuban jumping in, and then they just lose.
And at this point, Origin, they're bringing people back, but Reason had a moment there as Amazing was on his own under the turret. If they'd have had more minions, they could have looked to do something from that, but Reason still were pressuring out at the right time, and now they may very well have encircled the top lane. If they're fast up there, Reason Gaming could have locked Niels and Mithy down, but they decided to stop off for a ward kill on the way up and didn't want to commit everything to this potential 4 versus 3.
Yeah, now taking away some of the vision once again, just Origin turning their attention onto the vision game over anything else here, as they did try to get some damage onto the top lane. This is a ballsy play. They literally just cleared out the ward, and Reason Gaming have pinged onto that Baron. They are closing in for this one. Kuban does not have his teleport, however, and this Baron is dropping very quickly. Amazing is looking for this smite to come down. It should be down in time. Livic as well also gets caught. There's the ultimate coming in from Gragas. Takefun also gets caught, but they will blow Mithy on the sidelines, and he has not been doing that great so far in Challenger Series. Always seems to die. But Celiva now backing off to this turret as well. So that Baron goes over, and Reason Gaming will trade a bot lane turret for it.
Great fight out of Origin, or at least great decision-making there to go for the Baron. They also pick up 2 for themselves. Yes, they trade the turret away, but Origin should get much more from this with this Baron buff in this top lane. They'd already set it up the top lane would start to push in. Now Niels and Amazing should get this inner turret as well. I don't think Zayu is going to be enough to keep this. Kuban does have teleport, so that should deter them from pushing any further in. But still, Origin are going to get a good amount of damage done. In comes Kuban. Rocket will stop him just as fast as my rap career is stopped.
It would be stopped if it even started in the first place. But we do have, Origin just kind of turning it on. They did manage to get all of that vision control now into that jungle, and that's what vision gets you. It gives you that ability to make those decisions, abilities to go for that Baron. And now with that, we'll see if they can actually make some plays in this game, because so far they've been pushing those lanes, but they've always been stymied by Reason Gaming, who were able to stop them at every hurdle. Now they should have enough where they can just kind of rocket jump over them, even though they don't have Tristana.
Things work out in strange ways anyway. But Origin right now, they know that the Dragon is coming up. This is should be a pretty easy pickup for them. They've got Soaz down in the bottom lane, pushing the minions up. And a couple of people still on the lineup still have the Baron buff as well, so they should maintain map control here. And Origin actually going to take the turret first. I actually really like this.
Well, Soaz has found Celiva, though. He'll be blasting him away with the explosive cask, and the cannon minion shot will follow him all the way back to base. The bottom inner turret will be falling down for Origin. They're now 5-3 turrets. And that Ludens is doing a good job of clearing out the minion wave as Origin do back off, so they're happy with what they have for now. They are all passing over a ward as Dragon is live. It's a question of whether Reason Gaming will decide to try and contest this one. They are going towards the area, but it looks like they're thinking better of it. The Dragon is dying too quickly. Origin are just in a better position. That will be their second of the game as well. Total of 4 Dragons in this game, but they are dead even on doing so.
Oh, Zayu.
They're sitting in the sidelines. Here comes Xpeke. He doesn't choose to pull the trigger onto his glacial path. So they'll be backing away, but it did burn the ultimate from Takefun, who was pretty spooked.
Yeah, it was enough to force Reason away, because basically what Peke was saying there is, I could go on you, but I know I'm going to get charmed anyway, so I'm not going to activate it, but you have to run.
Yeah, I mean, like, as soon as Peke goes in, it's just like Onslaught of Shadows, ultimate from Zayu. It's not really worth going in that scenario.
Smart play out of Origin, though, to take that bottom turret first. A little bit of you know, maybe sight where other teams would have just rotated out to the Dragon. Basically, what that forced was Kuban to recall back to the lane, because there was the potential that Origin, with a massive stack of minions, could have started pressuring the inhibitor. I don't think they ever would have, but it was just enough to get a turret, get out, get the Dragon, ward up, make sure that you get more from it than just a Dragon on its own.
So quite a lot of time has passed since we last looked at the items. We'll see what Soaz is doing. Looks like he's maybe even going towards a death cap now, so just going all in onto that AP build. And Celiva, or rather Takefun, is trying to take the blue buff. He'll get that eventually. Amazing in the jungle has now picked up the Warmogs as well. Mid lane got that Zhonya's, also got the ultimate. Expected going to be very difficult to pin down in these team fights. On the opposite side, Takefun going for another Neasly Large Rod item will probably be the Zhonya's for himself.
And you know, Reason have actually looked pretty good right now, up until this point. There's still been a little bit shaky, and there's still been times where Reason have overextended, and yes, they are behind, but To be honest, this is better than we've seen out of them in the last couple of weeks, and Reason still very much so could scale well into this game and end up picking up a win. It's a tough task when you're behind against Origin to actually come back into a game, but one of the times these two played, this was the 50-minute game against Origin, so Reason, if they get to 50 minutes, are in great shape.
If they get a pick onto Amazing, that can also help. He goes down, and Niels tries to get away. He will be using the Valkyrie to get out of this, but the coin does not quite tag Niels, so we won't get that extra movement speed. It is enough regardless for them to get away, but now with that Amazing being down, 30 seconds in the graveyard means that, well, Origin won't be pushing for the next 25 seconds.
And Reason have the setup that they want in the mid-game when it comes to where their kills are right now and where their damage is coming from. Kuban has a lot of damage, so does Ari as well in the middle lane. And Celiva's doing okay when it comes to kills. He's still down on CS. He's not had the time to sit in a lane on his own, so he is still struggling in the head-to-head. But overall, Celiva will be comfortable as we get later into this game. He'll be looking for another BF sword item soon, but Amazing gets himself back to the fight, and they're looking to pressure out Reason Gaming once again. Yeah,
I'm a little bit tentative about Origin's later game into this one, because as you mentioned, Celiva is going to get stronger. Corki is more of a mid-game AD carry. Sowers is clearly going for brute force damage as an AP carry, so again, mid-game, and then Amazing as well. They're all looking towards around this time in the game to really make things happen, and they made that big play onto Baron, great, but they weren't able to take a whole lot off that apart from the bot lane turret. And now they've just kind of wandered from lane to lane with no clear goal in mind.
We'll see if they go for the Baron on respawn as well. That would be a big question in my mind, is do they have the map control? So far, vision in the topside jungle is actually abundant for both teams. Neither team has really cleared it out. They've both just got about 1 million wards up in this topside, so they know where each other are. But can Origin open up a gap big enough to take that Baron? You have to think that Reason probably won't want the head-on fight if Niels is in a good position to keep himself alive. Also, there's a fair amount of disengage from Soaz's ultimate as well, so these two teams, I wonder whether they are going to fight in that 35-second mark when the Baron comes up.
We will see. Kuban, of course, has his teleport home guards, so if he lines it up perfectly and gets it from a flank when no one really sees him from Origin, that could be devastating as he gets into the fight. And also Origin can't kind of just keep waiting for every Baron to spawn and then take a tower and be like, all right, guys, let's wait for another 7 minutes. And we'll do this all over again. But
the next Baron would be a lot bigger a mark here for Origin when you look at it. Soaz is actually teleporting into this fight.
He finds Soaz as he also teleports into this one. There's the ultimate, gets him as the devastating charge comes away, rather the onslaught of shadows. And the Baron has now spawned. And he's not too happy that these invaders are in his home. Onslaught
of Shadows not being available is actually massive here for Reason Gaming's fight. That is part of their engage tool, but they've managed to force Origin out by Celiva being in the middle lane, pushing towards the turret. If they can get a free turret here, that would be a nice pickup here for Reason Gaming, but Celiva doesn't quite have the damage yet. Doesn't really have that third item picked up, and Celiva riskily stands on the tunnel there to make sure it drops. But Reason force Origin away from the Baron and have secured vision control for themselves.
Yeah, unless they catch Celiva off guard with a Grag Assault or a Miffy ult or any CC, I mean, they're fairly short range when you look at it. Unless Celiva makes a mistake, he's never really going to die. You have the Janna there, he's got the rocket jump, he has a beefy front line. So it's going to be very difficult to get to Celiva as this game drags on. Origin now circling around the Baron for the maybe the 50th time, and we'll see if this time it goes a little better for them. Of course, Kuban's teleport is now off the board, so that's something they don't have to deal with. Zayu has found Amazing, but Xpeki is just in the jungle. He tries to get the catch onto Celiva. This is what they need, but it's not enough damage. He also gets exhausted, and now that is Takefun getting away using his Spirit Rush. But another one down for the count. Niels is also out of commission. He's way too low. Will he just try and lifesteal up? It looks like maybe to be the case. It's risky to stick around there.
Again, Origin just not respecting Reason at all. Xpeki is just deep into the enemy jungle, just standing between 4 people as he tries to get Celiva and didn't even get it. However, Origin will look to take Dragon from this. Zayu is here as well. The rest of his team aren't quite in position. They're pushing this down. Ooh. Last minute smite.
Yeah, that will be Kuban, Zayu, Libic trying to chase up the back of Origin as they escape from the Dragon Pit. They now have 3 dragons, Total of 5 in this game. 35 minutes into this game, giving up on the Baron game for now, while Dragon has spawned. But these team fights, or these last sequence of events, have not really gone the way of Origin. And you know, before Champion Select, we said how they're a team of 5 carries. Every single player on that team can carry a game. But if they're all playing like that, if they're all trying to play like a carry, like FLICKR was just then, sitting in their jungle, trying to go 1v5 and being like, ha, I can take the entire team, that's what happens. You'll die for it. You'll get punished by Reason Gaming, who are acting like a cohesive unit right now.
One of the problems I'm kind of feeling the vibe from Origin right now is, although they're trying to carry, the fact that they've not had, you know, an overabundance of success on it in this game. Nobody is like 9-2 when you look at it. That they're feeling perhaps a little bit headless. That they're like, okay, well, we're not carrying, we're not kind of killing them, we'll just go back to Baron. Okay, we can't get them, we didn't get them on that kill, let's just go back to Baron again, and we'll sit here and we'll try and catch them again. Yeah. Rather than controlling everything, now they've finally got, it looks like bottom lane may just about push in favor of Origin, and Amazing is clearing out the top lane as well. But this isn't the same Origin we've been seeing throughout the group stage. This isn't the 3 lanes of pressure Origin that are just constantly smothering their opponents. And this is going to sound strange because it's a banner of command and we don't see it very often, but that's actually what we saw out of Mithy in this series, was when they ran double banner of command, one on Soaz, one on Mithy, and that helped them out in that series. I wonder whether Mithy is going to opt for that later on into this game, or whether he's just going to be too starved for the gold for this game. He's only 0-3-2.
Yeah, it would require a swap-up of mindset from Origin, because so far, as you mentioned very accurately, all they're doing is doing some stuff, going to Baron, doing some stuff and getting caught, as Amazing is in the mid lane, trying to get that flail down, does not land onto the backside of Amazing. There's the last charge of ultimate, and he has been caught out. Zayu comes in, Limit chimes in with the Zephyr, again Amazing gets caught out, and you think back to the game they lost against Lowland Lands, he was the one who went 1-6, and it looks like history is going to repeat itself.
And Reason Gaming are playing this out very smart. They're never caught off guard by Origin being a Baron. Never are they rushing in saying, okay, well, we have to challenge you, as they are headed back to the Baron area once again. I mean, Origin do know there is the rest of the map that isn't just Baron right now. They've started Baron, and they have no jungler. This is suicidal, Origin. Do not go for this, because Zayu is around. He has his smite available. You don't need to stand there waiting for the team to try and walk into you, because it's not happening again.
It feels like they've just stopped talking to each other. They've stopped communicating.
Origin right now have what I would dub Copenhagen Wolves syndrome. Is they got ahead in the early game and the mid game, and they just don't know what to do with it in this particular game. And it's a problem that Copenhagen Wolves have had in many of their LCS games, where they just say, okay, let's go to Baron, and they never actually end up taking it. And that's kind of what's happened now.
Yeah, if we dissect a lot of Origin's wins, it's all been from, well, we've dominated our respective roles, and now we just push them in because we're stronger. Now they're in an even game. You saw how long it took them to close out the game against Reason. We saw so many back-and-forth fights back in week 2, and it was really down to that final fight. You remember it was 5 Dragons Reason up against the Barons of Origin, and it really was down to that final fight which decided it. So Reason Gaming just found the Achilles heel of Origin, just taking them to these longer games where Origin's decision-making is put to the test. And this is 3 weeks, 4 weeks down the line, and it's still a problem for them.
And Reason don't exactly have to make that many decisions in the late game. When you look at their team comp, all they have to do is Zayu ultimate into Ahri and Tristana blowing everybody up in the late game. They have Janna to disengage, they have Hecarim Fear if they really need to use it, and also use that as further engage as well. So Reason have a very clear-cut strategy here that means they needn't fight on their enemies' terms. Kubon has teleport available, so does Soaz, but it's Amazing that heads up to that top lane to push it in. Origin have done nothing. What?
Soaz gets caught along with Neil. So much damage from the burst. Take Fun will be blown up by XPeke, but there's the follow-up by Kumon. Devastating charge from the onslaught of shadows. He'll be taking down his opponent. Zayu comes in with the Arctic Assault. He drops low himself. Celeber now on the front line, completely untouched. Amazing from the left-hand side, trying to get an engage down onto the retreating Reason Gaming. He's trying to get this engage to happen. Sees them with the Tremor Sense, but he's basically blind as a mole unless he gets the rest of the team around him, plus those wards. So that was a 1-for-1 trade. Mid laner for top lane. Xpeke, what was that? Completely caught off guard. Selva now sitting on top of Xpeke. He goes down.
Why did Niels, Mithy, and Amazing go towards Baron? They showed themselves again. Xpeke was alone in the mid lane. They may very well pick off Zayu here, but he actually got a massive spike of health from smiting Red. And Amazing has to flash. Origin are just completely blowing this at this point in the game. They're trying to force Barons by using Amazing's ult to get halfway across the map. Then they stand on a ward and don't respect the engage out of Reason Gaming. I don't know what Origin are doing right now, but they have no clear plan.
This is the headless chicken play, I believe, Stress. And Origin, yes, they're still ahead, but they're ahead by 600 gold, which is, at 40 minutes, literally nothing.
Against a 4-item Tristana.
Against a 4-item Tristana, who we have been talking about throughout the game, who is going to become a problem. We've also spoken about the fact that Origin, unless they catch Selva off guard, will pretty much never die with his team composition built around him. This is looking like not quite game set and match just yet for game 1, but that's the third dragon of the game, or rather the 6th dragon of the game for the 3rd dragon for Reason Gaming. 6 dragons in this game and it's dead even. Typically, we would see a game where Origin just take everything.
Typically, but this hasn't been typically. And we, you know, coming into this game, Origin discussed how they prefer playing when the pressure is on them. And the pressure certainly is on them right now. The world is watching Origin standing around doing not too much in these fights. They need a good fight here to actually be able to do anything. The problem is they don't have the health by the fact they're running a single tank here that is not that when their top laner has only built damage. Look how much damage Soa takes.
Going to go down. They did manage to get out of the Zayu ultimate here. Amazing is still off to the north side of the fight. Zayu is still trying to lead the charge. Take Fun comes through with a nice orb of deception, which will zone Niels away. But again, they go back to kind of posturing and trying to get into a fight.
At this point, what Origin need to be doing is using their teleport advantage. Kubon still doesn't have his for another minute. If Origin go towards Baron right now, I actually am going to facepalm quite hard. Because if they start this out, just showing their teleport straight onto the Baron area when they do not have top lane and bottom lane pushing. This is not how you take a Baron,
Am
Origin.
I watching Season 3 Dignitas? Is this what's happening, Stress?
It honestly looks like it, because this is not how you set up a Baron when you've been ahead. This is how you riskily do it, and they're coin flipping that they get it. Take Fun
just walks into them though, and he will be taken down. So the mistake from Reason Gaming, this might work out for them.
There's the coin flip play, but look, the Baron is still at 5,000 health. So Zayu can still look to steal this. The problem is, for Reason, they've just had one of their carries taken out by stepping forward a little too close, so unless they can smite it away...
Oh, that was too close for comfort, but Zayu will go down. 2 kills over to Origin. Niels was the one to pick up the Baron.
Oh man, that is a risky play out by Origin. That is not what you want to see from any team looking to get themselves into the LCS, to just try and 50-50 a Baron play, but getting gifted a little bit by Take Fun stepping forward, not being able to Zhonya's himself and get away from that either. So, man, Origin, they're straight back on in the lead of this game, and that should be enough for them to look to close it out. But man, have they not looked consistent for the last 20 minutes.
Okay, though. Yeah, I have to agree with you as Kubon comes in from the side. He'll be looking for this fight. Niels is ticking down from the Ignite. One more tick will secure the kill, not quite enough. He'll get some of that health back with his regen, but that is enough to stop them in their tracks for now.
And again, positioning out by Niels. The one player we've said has had great positioning this entire group stage has been Niels. His late game positioning is everything that everybody was talking about, how Origin are going to easily sweep Reason away. His positioning this game, his carrying this game has not been on form. 0-1-3 is a stat line we have almost never seen from Niels past week 1 of the group stage. And he steps forward again. And again, the disrespect to Reason Gaming.
Yeah, it was actually the qualifiers in which we were saying he was not really performing, and then he turned up in the round robin. So yeah, but the point is made. It was so long ago, and this is the first time where he's really just done a 180. Whereas Selva is doing pretty much the opposite.
Yeah,
he has really just gone 4-0-2, unkilled in this game. Positioning has been on point, and that's what they need in this game. They need him not to die. There is the initiate from Miffy, but it's just a drop in the ocean, and that's one big engage tool down. So has used his ultimate as well.
It was a big stun, and a lot of the team fight presence used here. Bottom lane is pushing in towards Origin. This is what they should fix, top and bottom, before they push mid. You have Baron. It means that you just got to clear that wave. Your middle lane will push with one of your members in there anyway. You'll easily force a big wave into the top side, and even when you leave it and the Baron buff's gone, it's still fine. You have more minions as it is. But Reason, they know what they have to react with here, and it's a push in mid.
Yeah, they have caught Origin with their pants down because Amazing was just sitting in the jungle. Okay, he's going to duck the minion wave to try and take this away, but he misses half of it. So there's still minions coming into the mid lane. However, Reason Gaming do make the play to go into the top lane now, and don't do that either. So they just back off into their base. So it was Origin reacting just in time, but again, Reason Gaming really have their head screwed on right. They are making decisive plays.
Nobody is down in that bottom lane clearing it out for Origin. I'm actually quite shocked. Peke was down there. Peke is still towards that half of the map.
Get a ZZ Rock portal.
I don't think it's quite that dire yet, but and this may seem really harsh on Origin, but we're holding them to the high standard that we've seen from them in the group stage, which I don't think is too unfair. When you know a team can play a lot more solid than they are playing right now, it's surprising to actually see them missing out on the little things.
We have been talking about Origin as if they've already been or already are going to be an LCS team.
Everyone has.
Everyone has. Yeah, you'll be. It'll be hard to find a person who hasn't been. But performances like this do not inspire the vast majority of people with hope, and unless they're looking to really just make a big turnaround, not only in this game but throughout this best-of-3 series, this is where they're really going to start struggling, and this will be a problem in the future if they don't fix it.
Still, nobody has sorted bottom wave. This has been like this for about a minute and a half that it's been slow pushing in towards Origin, and now because of it, Reason already have the presence over this dragon area. This would be their 4th of the game. So Origin still need to fight them, or at least stop them from doing it. Teleports are going to just about be up for Soaz. He can't, not yet. He's still a couple of seconds on the teleport.
He's looking for the devastating charge. He's dancing back and forth, trying to get the initiate onto Niels. The dragon goes down over to Zayu and the team of Reason Gaming, and Kubon looped all the way around into the bot side of his team, and now he's going to take a trip back to base.
Origin can look to push mid, though, because Reason are out of position from the teleport being on the wrong side. Can Origin deny Reason Gaming's defense here? It doesn't actually look like it. Reason will have regrouped in time.
Yeah, can they clear the minion wave out? Well, the minion wave consists of a couple caster minions and a cannon minion. Amazing just walks into the base, takes a chunk of laser damage to his void face. Niels trying to clear out the minion wave as well. In comes the rocket, in comes the poke. Celevar, he just needs to stay alive if this fight erupts. That's a lot of damage going onto the turret. Reason Gaming don't really want to be taking damage themselves, but it's more important that they tank up the damage for the turret, because eventually when that goes down, it will be a fight on equal terms as they fight over the inhibitor. Amazing trying to go for the split push up against Kubon, who is now just pushing away with the constant rampages.
I mean, that's what they need to be doing, is having Amazing up in that top lane, just shoving the wave, backing away.
Oh, great ult! 3 players. Xpeke will be going into his invulnerable form. Kubon as well with a follow-up. There comes the rampage. Takefun trying to get the kill onto Amazing. He will do so. 80 seconds in the graveyard. Soaz comes back into the fight. Miffy is there as well. Monsoon blows him away. Celevar is now looking to do some rampaging of his own. He picks up another kill. 3 for 1. Only Takefun dies from Reason Gaming.
Reason Gaming with a great engage in front of their inhibitor. It should just be enough to at least take bottom tower, potentially a mid inhibitor, but then reset for Baron as well. That is exactly what Reason Gaming needed to kind of take control here, because Celevar was untouched that entire fight. And Origin just have no way of getting to Celevar in these fights either.
Yeah, Celevar, his Bloodthirster's shield was not even cracked during that fight. He now takes this and will be tanking up with that shield. Now they go onto the inhibitor. They get the objective that Origin were looking for themselves in the mid lane, and Reason Gaming pull ahead. 4,000 gold behind, but they have just caught up massively in the objective game, and they have 4 dragons. They are 1 dragon away from getting their 5th of the game, which will really just put them in fighting form to just go head on for another engagement. And they're pretty much winning these fights even without that.
And this would be a massive, massive win for Reason Gaming. They're a team that, I guess when you look at things coming out of the group stage, shouldn't have been here. in the playoffs. And the fact that they're taking Origin to the limit, the gold advantage, yes, is in favor of Origin, but that is about it right now. Origin, however, in position for this Baron. No teleport on Kubon. He's going to have to home guard his way there. This is a risky two-man start on it, because if somebody comes over that wall, it could be enough, but they've got a good amount of damage done. Kubon's on his way here. This is Origin are rolling the dice again.
50 this, they just can't. Zayu comes in again, initiates onto the back line. There's the second initiate from Kubon, and they are ripping apart the back line from Origin. However, Zayu did eventually go down. Neil's trading off against Take Fun in the back lines. Peke does go invulnerable, but Amazing will be also taking down
Niels
his opponent. Niels is finally down. Amazing is ticking up, and Libic is looking to pick up the kill. And
the
it
ace.
will be the ace.
That's
5,
it.
4, 2. This is Reason Gaming looking to close up this game.
This is going to be game one going to Reason Gaming. Origin with, you know, just the misplays again and again, and Reason capitalizing on every single one of them. 6-0-6 on Celiva was exactly what they needed from their AD carry.
This is an alternate ending from what we saw from Week 2 Stress. The 50-minute game this time went over to the side of Reason Gaming. They go for the first Nexus turret. There's the second. Big smiles on their faces for sure as they take down the Nexus of Origin. This is the first game in the best of 3 going over to Reason Gaming.
What a game from Reason Gaming. I mean, they got behind, and then they just stayed close enough that their composition would scale better into the late game. And I mean, kudos to Celiva. 6-0-6 is exactly what he needed to do in this game. He fell massively behind on CS, but Reason had a game plan. They knew that they would outscale, and they did, and Origin looked headless at times.
Insane. That is Origin 1 game away from going into 3rd place. And they will be playing in the promotion tournament if that's the case, if they manage to beat Gamers 2, who were, again, very similar to that performance from Origin. And that is, I don't think, anything anyone expected. Look at the fan vote. 93% of you thought that Origin were going to take that decisively. We were probably sitting in the same boat as well by the start of that game. Reason Gaming have put a seed of doubt in a lot of people.
Yeah, it's a little bit of doubt right now, but that was only game 1. It is a best of 3 series.
Yeah, so we're going to head to a short break before we get back to game 2 of our second semi-final. Stay tuned. welcome back to the European Challenger Series. We're set up and ready for Game 2 between Origin and Reason. What a Game 1 that was, Stress.
Man, I was not expecting even that close a game, which sounds unfair to Reason Gaming. And I don't want to be too unfair, but I think we have to be realistic when we came into the series of what I guess initial thoughts would have been. And looking at the group stage 9-1 as opposed to, I think it was 4-6 Reason would end up finishing, you wouldn't have thought that would have been the Game 1 result.
Well, those were the expectations going into this game, but those expectations have been blown out of the water. So from here on out, we can just start talking about what's been happening, because Reason Gaming taking that first game against Origin, and Origin just looked lost. I mean, they went for Baron for 4-5 times.
It felt closer to 10.
Yeah, it was absurd.
Yeah, it just, I mean, Origin had this team comp that was always trying to just land a lot of damage. It was always about how much damage that they were going to do. You saw that with the Gragas top lane, just building full AP. That's not something that particularly has been done too much in current meta. We're in a double tank meta. Gragas can build tank. What use does Gragas having blow-up potential give you when Xpec is on Lissandra and you have a Corki for damage as well?
Yeah, we were talking all the way through the game how Celev is going to become a major issue. And at the start of the game, I was like, well, it's going to be late game. I mean, we're never going to really reach there, are we? And then we did. And then 50 minutes in, he was just melting everyone with that four item AD carry build.
I mean, I guess that's what Origin were thinking as well. They were like, so as you just build damage, it'll be fine. We'll blow them up first, never get there. Well, they got there.
Yeah, Reason Gaming just waited the game out. And that was literally, I think I said at the end, the alternate ending to the Week 2 game, where they did pull it to 50 minutes, but lost the final team fight. They pulled it to 50 minutes and won the final team fight. So,
I mean, I'm still wondering what Origin were even doing. The Baron. I really don't get it. But we actually wanted to take a look at one of the later game fights. This was after Celev had scaled his way into the game. This was one of the very final fights where they would ultimately take 3-for-1 in the mid lane. So when we can get that one.
Yeah, we should be getting that up right about now. And yeah, this was, as you mentioned, the final fight in the mid lane.
Oh, this was the one just in front of the inhibitor. This one would pretty much seal the deal, because this they ended up getting the inhibitor from. But you can see, just look at Celev's positioning. He even flashes out to just not take any damage at all. And from that beautiful setup from Zayu, right at the beginning of the fight, they easily take this one. Again, Celev, he sat on top of Mythi at that point, just taking him off the map, not even a scratch on him.
Yeah, and that was really a serious issue, because once the comp got rolling, we said it multiple times throughout the mid game, you try and get to Celev, there's a Svajani in the way, there's a Hecarim, there's a Janet appeal in the back line, she's going to rocket jump away, she has Buster Shot, there's just like so many things to stop you from getting to her, and they didn't even, as we mentioned, break that Bloodthirster shield in the last team fight.
And one of the weirdest things that honestly just, I don't get, is that Origin would trade even in a fight, or maybe the tiniest bit ahead, and then go, okay, let's Baron. When, like, the enemy jungler is alive, their jungler is dead, everybody's pretty much full health, nobody's low on the enemy team, so it's not like you've got the position to do it. They're like, yeah, let's just go Baron. And the biggest story of this game, Niels and Celev seem to swap places. Yeah. Because Niels 1, 2, and 4. That's not Niels. I mean,
opposite town. Pretty much, yeah. They basically swapped places, and props to Celev. I mean, we're talking about him being a quiet AD carry, but he was the one who really drove it home in the late game. 6-0-6, 0 deaths in that game. As good as you can get for an AD carry, you know?
I mean, what else would we want from Celev? If there's ever a time to show up more than you have already been doing, this would be it. Because, I mean, now Reason are one game away from a grand finals, which at a minimum secures them a shot at the LCS.
Well, we're going to get into Champion Select and see how these teams set up for this next game, Stress. And We'll see what the banned champions are going to be, but it was so funny we were talking about the 4th seed being a death sentence going up against Origin, and Reason Gaming have turned that one around for sure. First banned champion will be the Lulu, so again, potentially denying a Juggernaut composition from Origin. Yes, it's a coin flip, and yes, apparently Origin like coin flipping themselves a lot, specifically around the Baron area, but that will be taking another unknown factor off the table. Fizz will be taken away from Kuban in the top lane, maybe in even the mid lane as well. We've seen some of that, but LeBlanc will also come away from XPK, same as first game.
Yeah, same 3 bans so far to begin this set. I wonder whether we're going to see any change-ups on the bans, ban anything from last game. I don't think the Tristana itself is worth a ban when you look at it. I think maybe they could look at banning the Hecarim, because remember, even though Soaz got the first blood, he struggled against Kuban up in that top lane, and they didn't really feel comfortable in that. Hecarim was always dealing damage, always in another lane, and as yet, no Hecarim ban out, or no at least real prominence. Kuban, his Irelia is banned away though.
Yes, yeah, as you mentioned, Irelia has been taken away by Origin for Kuban, because Kuban is a big Irelia player. You don't want him getting his hands on that champion. Maokai again banned out against Soaz.
Interestingly, Irelia wasn't banned last game though. I guess it's because Reason have first pick this time, so that would be a fairly easy first pick for them.
Yes, and also they were looking specifically for the Hecarim. Again, we'll see if they ban that out. It would make sense, but it would be 3 bans towards the top lane.
It means either Nidalee or Zed from the last game are going to be available. One of those 2 bans from Origin has now changed, so the question is what becomes available. And actually, both of them are available.
Okay, so where does Kuban go from here?
They give a take fun, Zed. Right here.
Yeah, it's open.
His Zed.
Yeah.
This is what Take Fun does.
Yeah.
Like as
Zed, LeBlanc, Fizz.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, there we go. There's the lock-in. I was just thinking, what do they pick? Nidalee's available? No, it's Reason Gaming. It's Take Fun. Yeah. He loves his assassins. That's it. End of story.
Glad we caught that one before.
Yeah, man, that is. But that's a big power pick, because Take Fun played pretty well last game. He had a couple of deaths to his name, but generally played the whole game out fairly well. This time you're putting him on a champion that he's even more comfortable with. Yeah. That's a dangerous play by Origin.
It is. I rate Take Fun as a very strong Zed, and I think a lot of mid lanes have to respect that. It did, of course, put them on to picking that first pick, so Peke didn't take it away from them, but we'll see what Origin do to respond to this. There's a lot of junglers open. Gragas is open, Swajani's open, Nidalee's open. There's a lot in the jungle for them to go for. And essentially, Origin have to pick up the litter depending on what they want here. Also, they can wait out on the mid lane, as they know Zed's going to be in there, so they prioritize the Janna maybe. Yes, it will be. And they go for the Gragas.
Okay.
Again, it could be top lane.
It could be, but they're going hard disengage regardless of where they're playing it. I don't think they'll put it top lane just because Soaz... I don't want to say he didn't look comfortable, the item build didn't work for what Origin needed. It worked for what they thought they wanted, but certainly didn't work out for them for the game as a whole. Origin haven't had a whole lot of success with Gragas. Gragas was the champion that Amazing was playing against Lord Lions when they played it into Nidalee and got behind. Didn't work out from that game either. We talked with Amazing about Gragas and Sejuani a little bit when he was here in the studio for LCS, and he said they were fairly even, but didn't look it last game when... last game, sorry, it was Gragas top, but when Amazing has been playing Gragas, it hasn't looked so sharp. Yeah,
bottom line, Origin, Gragas do not mix, does not blend. We'll see what Reason Game will be coming in for here. It looks like it will be the Rumble for the top lane, Swajani as well for the jungle, so we will have those 2 junglers coming into this one. And yeah, in that game, actually, the one you were referencing, that's the one they ran Cog with the heavy disengage, so they do have the potential to pick a high damage AD carry like a Jinx, like a Cogmore here.
So the composition coming out from Reason Gaming right now is set up to be a very strong 1-4 situation where you've got Zed over in one lane and you look at a Sejuani and a Rumble. Those are 2 champions that are going to want to team fight when it comes to a 4 versus 4. Those 2 ultimates are very difficult to deal with. However, the disengage out from Origin is problematic already. I wonder whether picking a composition that wants to fight against that is the smartest thing to do.
Yes, I'm also interested to see where they really focus the rest of the picks in terms of where they'll have the power spikes, because a Corki, mid-game. Last time mid-game, they didn't make enough happen in that mid-game. Will they go later game? They pick a Morgana again, which would maybe even suggest that.
Yeah, and Morgana, this will likely go top lane now, would actually be really smart. This denies a whole bunch of the split push potential that Take Fun will have on Zed. Tormented Soil, very good at burning down waves. Once you get a Zhonya's on Morgana as well, you basically don't die to Zed as well. So there's a lot of potential here for Origin to deny the split push, and that makes Take Fun Z a lot more difficult to get to work.
Okay, so let's see where everything else is going to be going in this one. They do hover the cog. We'll see if that actually comes through. They have a fairly decent front line. What will they pair with it? That's the other question. So Take Fun in the mid lane. He'll be going up against, well, question marks still currently over the heads of Reason Gaming, what he'll be facing in that mid lane. And this will be an interesting bot lane if they do decide to lock it in. But so far, there's a lot of engagement from Reason Gaming. They have a pretty decent team fight. The question is it enough of a front line if they do lock in the cog?
It's a good question. It's a little bit worrying because there's no top lane tank.
Yes.
Either. So, I mean, they have a lot of damage. They don't have anything like a Lulu, so that is now locked in with the Cogmore. Another new champion here for Celiva. Tristana last game did very well on a scaling AD carry. What exactly to Origin pick here? They need something that will scale. That is, otherwise they'll fall into exactly the same trap that they fell into in the last game, and then in that they couldn't get later into the game without Reason running all over them. And it has to be likely from the mid lane here as well.
Maybe Cass is open.
Orianna, a Kassadin would scale well into the late game. Yeah, Cassiopeia would be as well. Something that will get to the late game and can still actually output damage.
Well, that is a late game champion, if you want one. Typically, we see it in the top lane, though.
Typically, there was a game in LCK last week, where there, or maybe two, where there was a Vladimir in the mid lane. And
wow, they
it has been locked into. It does scale. Not a whole bunch of anything like crowd control that's going to come from that, so it will be difficult to lock down the Cogmore later into the game, especially with all the Nami speed-ups and everything like that. But so Origin right now, they have, I guess, a fairly decent comp when it comes to... Actually, they've got a lot of magic damage. I was about to say a decent comp, but they have so much magic damage right now, whereas Reason Gaming, they've got a good mix. They've got magic damage, they've got AD, they've got physical scaling as well. If Take Fun gets ahead, Origin are going to struggle a little bit here.
I can see the strengths in both comps, but I can see the obvious flaws as well. Like, you look at Reason, and the cog is kind of out in the open. You know, there's however, on the side of Origin, there's not a lot to get to that exposed cog. So it'll be interesting to see how this works out, because there's no clear like battle plan. It's like, we're going to jump on cog, we're going to kill him. It's like, well, we're going to try and just fight out the team fight, and hopefully FLICKR can do something on Vlad. But if you spot a big play in this game, or in the first game as well, make sure to tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag #ChallengerBigPlays, and we could read your response on the broadcast. However, yesterday, your big play came from our second game between Lowland Lions and Gamers 2, and it came in from Benny Cold Dream, who said, "Ica going ham on Lowland Lions." This is your most talked about Challenger Big Play. But that is a 3 for 2, and Lowland Lions are still looking to keep up the assault.
And they can't be that over-aggressive.
Ica jumps in! He gets free with his distortion! Unreal! Yeah, just capitalizing on the mistake from Lowland Lions.
I said it at the time. Everybody saw them grouped. Ica saw it, Lowland Lions saw it. So maybe not the most subtle of big plays, but certainly
cool.
Ica will capitalize on that.
Yeah. So if you see another play like that today, make sure to get those tweets in, again, using the hashtag #ChallengerBigPlays. And hopefully Origin pull out a big play in this game, because they need to. They are backs against the wall. If they lose this game, they're down to the third place game. Reason go up into the grand finals next week. And yeah, we're going to see how this one works out as we get into game. As we do swap up, it will be Origin now into the red-hand side, with Reason Gaming, the winner of the first game, going to the blue-hand side. And they'll be looking to storm out of the base. Dark Rider Svajani coming into this one. Do have Cogmore as well. We'll see how this game turns out. Vladimir is a very interesting pick. I remember when we were spitballing ideas in the office a couple of weeks ago, like, well, okay, now that we have the tanks coming into the meta, could we see later game champions? Could we even see a Vladimir? Because, of course, he'll get that time to farm into the late game.
I've never really seen XPEK play a whole bunch of Vladimir, though. Or at least, if it would have been, it would be somewhere deep in the annals of time in Season 2. But certainly haven't seen him play it a whole bunch since, for a good few years, actually. So you have to think he would have practiced it. He wouldn't just randomly pick it. So we have been seeing the re-emergence of Vladimir, though.
Yeah,
that
for
is
sure.
one thing to note.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of top laners, in fact, have been playing it more in the, like, solo queue. I've been spotting a couple teams been playing it in ranked 5s and such, but never really in the mid-game or the mid lane just yet. Again, we have seen some of it, but We'll see if it works, see if that's the magic ingredient that Origin need as they aggress heavily into the jungle of Reason Gaming. Selova going to be waddling over to this lane, will get the ward down, and pings left, right, and center will be alerting both of the teams to where those wards are.
I also haven't seen too much of the Vladimir against Zed matchup, but I feel like it's a matchup that as long as Zed doesn't get too far ahead, you should be able to just vamp a lot of life back during his ultimate and make it a lot more difficult.
Oh, that ward was too close to the tower.
Also, it allows Vlad to be one of the only champions that can actually start Cloth 5 against Zed, because you don't rely on any kind of mana, you don't really need anything else, because you don't have mana as Vladimir, so you just get to spam spells all the time.
Not bad.
And have a lot of potions, but we'll see how it works out. We'll see what xPeke decides to do in this middle lane.
Well, Kuban thought he had the better of Reason game, where he walked over another ward which was placed at that base gate from the upper base gate. And maybe Selova will head into the bot lane here, but again, he also walks over that ward near the base gate, so they'll know where he's going. And again, there's lots of movement in this early game for both of the teams trying to get the lanes where they want them to. And now Livic's going back to base, and he'll be going to the bot lane. Shut up, Nami.
Between your bad maths yesterday and shut up, Nami, am I casting with Doa now?
Maybe, I mean, have you transformed into him?
I don't know.
References.
Mid lane.
Take Fun heading onto xPeke here. He is getting under that 50% mark, so he will be able to get that extra damage from Contempt for the Weak, which is, of course, his passive. Amazing into the jungle here. We'll be clearing out these raptors, probably smiting them as well, which will get him that razor sharp buff to just chill in the jungle like he likes to do so. And that is Kuban now going into the top lane against Soaz. So, with all that lane swapping, we've eventually just settled on normal lanes.
Yeah, standard lanes. Awesome. Great. That is exactly what we were looking for. But at this point, my mind is instantly going to, is Soaz going to be building Banner of Command like he did last time on Morgana, because they had trouble with their wave management in the last game. So maybe. That's a long way down the road, though. In bot lane, that's a nice Howling Gale out by Mithy. And this is one of the weaknesses now of Cog, is that his laning phase, if he is able to be pressured out, he will get fairly far behind. He'll hit a Triforce theoretically later than Corki will. So it's all on Niels to, once again, this time on Corki, needs to turn it around.
Yes, so Selova now farming underneath the turret. He should be able to even up this CS, and both of those bot laners from Origin are going back to base. We'll see if they swap into the top lane now, or they just want something specific in the early game. Mana Pot now picked up by Niels, so really just going for that lane and trying to apply that pressure, make sure they shut down the Cog more. In the mid lane, though, we've got that Zed, we've got that Vladimir matchup, and Vladimir seems to be getting the better of Take Fun. He is significantly ahead in farm, 26-16, but I don't think he's out of the fight just yet. Take Fun Zed is nothing really to relax about.
Yes, you should never take it lightly, but honestly, something along those lines. It's all good. Take Fun's waiting till 6, basically. Yes, he doesn't want to get too far behind, but oh, that was amazing. Really wanted that. He smites that down. Okay.
Got it.
So I
gold,
mean,
you know.
As long as he goes back now, that's actually not too bad. If he's smiting it and then recalling it to get his jungle item, it's actually. Is he invading?
Maybe trying to. No.
Okay, now he's going to recall. I was going to say, if you smite Crab and the enemy jungler sees it, and then you go and invade.
Rift Spirit spotted him.
Wow, okay.
Ooh, Peke, though, taking some damage with the Ignite. Take Fun following up with the Slash as well, the Shadow Slash. And now he'll go back to those minions and start clearing them out. So he's evening up the farm total as the next minion wave heads into xPeke. But Peke still has his Flash, still has his Ghost. He's not in such an awful situation, but he has burnt through all of his pots already.
And that's a really interesting Ignite as well, because remember, Ignite would have cut the healing from xPeke if Take Fun were to go in when he hits 6. So what this kind of tells me is Take Fun is looking to shove Peke in, and then maybe look to roam to get the kill, because I don't know why he'd use Ignite this early on in this laning phase, because he's now got a good few minutes where he's not going to be able to just go in at 6 on Peke anymore.
Origin are going ham on their vision control, though. Take a look at Miffy sitting on a ward, but top lane, jungle, both got pink wards, both got normal wards as well, and they're starting to swap up their trinkets, really trying to get that early vision, maybe try and go for an early dragon or something, but try and keep on top of their vision game as well as their control over this game. And while they kind of did have that, they had a small advantage in the last game, they were never able to drive it home. And again, that's what I'm scared for with this composition. I mean, like, Vladimir doesn't peak in the mid game, he peaks in the late game.
Yeah, it's a long way off Vladimir reaching any kind of peak, and Vlad out of potions now has to be a little bit more respectful of Zed. The same as the reverse. The reverse is the same. Depends how you reverse things, I guess. But at this point, I mean, you've just got to be careful in this mid lane is what I'm trying to say, but I botched it hard.
Yep, I know what you're saying.
My brain is not working.
What's going to happen in the bot lane because Soaz comes in, teleports out. There is the Soul Shackles onto Celiva and Libic as well. Amazing follows up with the bonk. There's the first blood onto Niels. That's Soaz following up with the auto attack damage. On top of that, that was also Celiva trying to get his Icathian surprise onto Niels as he backs off to his turret. And that is an early advantage to Origin, and they're going to try and convert this into this dragon. 7% now turns into 12% for Reason Gaming, so that is a net gain. Good job.
That's a good job. That's actually quite a significant gain as well when you look at the percentage. But Origin should be able to take this first dragon of the game for themselves. So it was Reason in the last game that were the ones to take it. And teleport advantage is, however, in favor of Reason for a while now. They have Rumble with teleport available, so we'll see whether they actually can make use of that.
So let's take a look down the scoreboard as everyone has gone back to base and has started turning those pieces of gold into items. And the bot lane still had that advantage to Niels over Celiva, which is somewhat to be expected. Kog is not the greatest laner in Runeterra, but the mid lane is fairly similar as well, 55 to 56, top lane 45 to 44. Very, very similar, and everyone has started to pick up glimpses of what they could be going for their items. Celiva has picked up the Phage. The only thing that built into is Triforce. And in the bot lane again, Niels looking also towards a potential Trinity Force. And Take Fun will be taking the blue buff.
This is an interesting one. 8-minute lane swap coming out from Origin. They put their bot lane up to, well, it would have been bot lane. Corki's gone mid. Vladimir's gone top. Janna's with her. So complete lane change here.
Musical
from
lanes.
Origin. Yeah. Let's hope the music doesn't stop. Maybe that's why Gragas has that accordion.
Oh,
as soon as he stops playing, it's like, change lanes. But
he did just go
he's doing it again. Okay, they've inverted the map just very slowly.
Australian lanes.
Australian lanes, yeah. Exactly. But Reason Gaming right now don't really care for what they're doing with the lanes. They just said, okay, well, we'll shove out mid and put our AD carry, or our support top lane with our top laner. There's a lot that's happened in this last minute or so from lane swaps, but Origin is still ahead in the gold. Peke finds himself once again with Take Fun in his lane. This time he's got that the Hextech Revolver.
Oh, yeah.
Do not see that often. Mid lane.
He will be ticking down, goes into the Sanguine pool. Will be flashing after him as well. Will be Take Fun. Amazing now comes into it, and he's gone. He is back to his lane, and he is able just to carry on farming it out. So good timing by Amazing to come into this. And Peke should be able to get back to healthy HP with that Hextech Revolver. Yeah,
Take Fun trades his Flash Ignite and ult for the Ghost and the ultimate from Peke here. So leaves Take Fun without a kill to his first ult there. That is not something he would have been really wanting from that trade. He really should have been getting a kill from that first ultimate. Niels taking a lot of damage here. Bubble landed.
Equalizer as well. He's now into his overheated form, trying to get those auto attacks down, which will be amplified by his passive. Junkyard Titan. But doesn't quite get in range with the Valkyrie coming out from Niels. Still had his flash, just in case things went south. Zayu now into the bottom river, will be taking away the crab and also taking away this pink ward. So that's 50 gold plus 30 gold. It's a lot of gold.
That is a lot of gold. Oh, my maths has been not so great today, but what has been great today is Reason Gaming. When you look at that last game as well and how they're controlling this game as well. Kog'Maw is now ahead in CS of Niels. That's a big factor now because Kog should have been pressured out in this early game, and Kog may be able to reach a 24 at a roughly the same kind of time that Niels should get it. They're about 200 gold between each other, so the race is on still, but the fact that they've lane swapped up in the top lane for Origin is just allowing Kog'Maw to scale into this game even easier.
Yeah, Kog'Maw will scale up. Again, it's a question of whether he can stay alive, but they don't have a whole lot of dive onto him, apart from Amazing landing a good ultimate onto him. Talking about Amazing, he has gone for that Cinderhulk on top of his Stalker's Blade. From here, we have seen him go Righteous Glory on top of that as his second item. Hasn't built towards anything just yet, though.
Nothing yet. We will have to keep an eye on that. But over on the other side, Sejuani with the Sight Stone. And, ooh, Bubble does land again on Niels. These bubbles have actually been pretty good at Olympic so far.
As long as he can keep them up. I mean, we know his Fresh is also very good, but as long as he can keep them up, then they should be able to get those picks, which will pull them further ahead. Amazing sitting in this bottom bush, which has been warded out, but Zayu is on his way, as he has been alerted by his presence. Miffy, by sitting in the bush, acting as a ward, will be seeing out Zayu as well. Zayu has that Razor Sharp buff, so he knows that he didn't go past any wards, but he didn't realize that Janna was a ward.
No, that would be a little bit annoying if it popped on that. But Amazing now down in this bottom lane, has his ult again, as you said. Items picked up in the mid lane as well. Osika's Arm Guard has been picked up by Xpeke, so looking for that Zhonya's Hourglass will keep him safe against take
in the top lane, comes out with the Equalizer. Soaz as well with the ultimate. Got a little bit musical there for some reason. Not too sure why. Clearing out this minion wave. And it looks like Zayu is pulling back for now. Doesn't seem to want to go in for this.
So they saw Amazing recall.
Yeah.
And Zayu has his ultimate. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go for that.
It would have been a 3-on-2. It would have been an ultimate pinning down the recalling Miffy and also Niels. In the mid lane, though, he's maybe using his ultimate for this one instead. Expected still has the splash, remember. He will be waiting for the ultimate to come down. There it is. It whiffs, only gets that 30% slow. Zayu not reading from the same hit machine as Take Fun, however, because he jumped in with the Arctic Assault. Now has the flash away. Miffy with the bird to the retreating ball will take him out.
Yeah, Miffy will pick up that kill. And honestly, Xpeke looked to be in a lot of trouble there, but the fact that he's running dual mobility summoners, he's got Ghost and Flash, allows him to get out and Take Fun. Saw what was coming from Miffy being there and Amazing, and kind of leaves Zayu high and dry in that situation. Zayu didn't quite land the ult either because of the extra mobility from Xpeke, so a bit of a botched mid lane attempt there. Leads in favor of Origin. Origin now nearly 2,000 gold up as the second dragon has spawned.
Yeah, they can't afford to continue these blunders. Reason Gaming, they do have that one game advantage, but they need to keep it rolling because Origin, they will just turn on a dime and come back into this. They're on this dragon currently, will be smited away by Amazing. Not too difficult to get that one away. Levick lands his Akka Prison onto the retreating Amazing Celiva. Now those auto attacks from the Bioarcane Barrage. Niels potentially under attack. He does have his Valkyrie just in case. Now they'll take this opportunity to take away this pink. Reason Gaming just trying to regroup, trying to go for this blue buff as well, perhaps try and get the smite down. It will go over to Zayu this time around. So they don't get the dragon, but they do get the blue buff. Now Reason Gaming have to rethink their ideas.
Yeah, Origin will be fine with that. They'll then it's not too important that they get the blue buff. I mean, Vlad doesn't use mana, so it would purely be for the cooldowns. Amazing would have maybe liked it just to get the cooldown on his ult lower, but to be honest, it's a small price to pay for a second dragon of the game, and that's one thing Origin really can't say about the last game. Ill dragon control, or at least dragon dominance out of Origin. We got to a point where both teams had 3 dragons apiece, so that wasn't really there as a factor to look to win the game from getting 5 dragons and kind of just rolling over their opponents. So Origin are on track for that this game with their second before the 15-minute mark, so it's a good spot for them to be in.
Yeah, and taking a look at the items once again, at the same time of that fight, Origin did actually have some pretty big item advantages. The Cinderhulk that we mentioned earlier, but also the Trinity Force from Corki, the Morellonomicon from Morgana, so they were in a much better position than Reason Gaming, whose Celiva only just picked up his own Trinity Force.
Yeah, only just as well. But one thing I want to kind of make a note of is before we get too deep into this game is actually if Origin get to 4 dragons, this is one of the only times that the 4th dragon spike is actually going to be fairly integral to a team composition, because the added minion damage actually gives Vladimir a fair amount more ability to split push. He gets a lot more sustain from it. He can take fights in amongst minions a lot better because of his Tides of Blood. You just do more damage, get more health back, and just generally that's a good little part for Vladimir. It adds to his kit a tiny bit, but if Origin can get to that 4th dragon, that'll be very good for Xpeke.
Yeah, back when Dragon and the buffs were turned around, when it was the second buff, we actually saw a bit of Vladimir because of that, but and that got changed to the 4th buff. So second buff is now the tower pushing damage instead. Let's take a look at how the bot lane's doing. Slight advantage now to Seliver, holding my fort for a second is amazing. Just not land his ultimate onto the retreat of Zayu with the Arctic Assault. In this case, it was the Arctic Retreat. And in the bot lane, Seliver's actually now ahead of Niels, who was ahead of him earlier into the game. So that's a big catch-up in terms of gold. And now overtaking the Corki. Libic, that's a lot of damage from the fast bomb ultimate as well. He'll be Valkyrying away, because that is an absurd amount of damage coming in from Seliver as well. There is the tidal wave. It lands onto the backside of Miffy. He'll be following up as well, looking to try and get the equalizer down. It does split them away. It takes down Miffy. Oh, the Void Ooze lands onto Niels as he gets away from this fight. And the Electro Harpoon nets the double kill for Kuban.
Again, Origin are not timing out Reason Gaming's abilities. They didn't have the timer on the Nami ultimate or the teleport from what it looked like. Otherwise, you really wouldn't take that engage. Xpeke wants to go in. Ghost has been popped.
Yeah, he's going in with a Sanguine Pool as well. Gives him an extra bit of movement speed. And as the ultimate, the Hemo Plague, will be eventually proccing off onto those 2 targets. Oh, amazing. Trying to get into these Raptors as well. Probably smiting those again. And Zayu, though, he wants these.
The fight over the Razor buff.
Nope.
Amazing. Oh, but it's instantly popped. That's always a sad time.
Yeah, but he still gets a ward.
Yeah, he still gets it. Did he actually kill a ward from that? Oh, okay. I thought it was the one on... because there were 2 that were very close.
Yeah, indeed.
So,
it was the one by the...
but the main thing they got was the turret.
Yes,
that's a lot bigger a prize than a ward.
We were like talking about the big Raptor, and it's like, yeah, the main thing was the mid turret that went down to Origin, which they did manage to get onto their side. Now 1 turret apiece, plus those 2 dragons. Pretty low kill game, honestly, compared to both the last game and the last semi-final that we saw, playing it a lot more calculated. And we can really just see the decisions tick over in the brains of the team rather than just like, let's go fight and see what happens.
Yeah, at this point in the last game, it was 5 kills to 4, I believe. It was still a fairly slow-paced game. This one is even more composed, but I wouldn't really expect too much more with a Vladimir and a Kog'Maw in this game, especially when you take into account that both of these teams are going to look to split push at one point or another. Peke, that wasn't the best of trades against Take Fun. Ignite will cut the healing.
Yeah, he comes in with the Death Mark as well. The Sanguine Pull. There comes the last Shurikens coming across. Peke will be dropping fairly low from that and has to burn his flash. Hemo Play coming back up in a couple of seconds. So Take Fun in a one-on-one is still able to deal with Vlad.
Yeah, Vlad with that Sanguine Pool, very efficient at dodging a lot of the damage. And take into account he's only a couple of 100 gold away from his Zonya's Hourglass as well. So that should mean that Take Fun can't really do too much to Vladimir, but they still have to be careful with how much damage Zed can do against Niels, Miffy, and Amazing. But honestly, a Zed being 0-0-0 at nearly 20 minutes is not exactly what you want from a Zed. We sung Take Fun's praises. Hasn't shown up yet.
Stress yet. Yeah. Libic and Zayu now heading into this bottom, or upper river, but the bottom side of it, or the top side, what am I trying to say? Zayu is now heading back into his jungle, that's for certain. So as though is sitting in the river. He has been spotted out by this pink ward. Kuban will be doing zoning duties and pushing Soaz away, who is still sat on top of a different ward this time. But as you mentioned, in the mid lane, there is still an advantage to Xpeke, who had that in the laning phase. Our bottom lane has stabilized with their CS. Top lane, slight CS advantage to Soaz, but both of these top lanes have been roaming so much that they've not really just been sitting in lane against each other. Now this dragon has spawns, and Origin are the ones to command their lead over it. They're going to try and take this one away from Reason Gaming, but they are here to contest it. This may be the first major fight of the game as the Talaway comes over the wall, comes in with the bowler as well to try and get this kill down. It will be outsmited by Amazing, who may be in turn taken out by Take Fun. He also gets tagged up by the Hemo Plague, and there's the Soul Shackles. He'll jump away from it using his ultimate right into the jaws of Peke, who takes him out. Libic over the wall. There's the Monsoon, a triple bubble. If there was only something to follow up, then it would have been fantastic.
It would have been. I mean, man, that could have been a big misplay out by Origin, but Origin get the 3rd dragon of the game. They are on a good track here, as every time it has respawned, they've got it. I want to take note of one thing, actually, and that's that Amazing, he didn't sweep as the dragon was dying, and it was a little bit risky. Not to sweep when you've seen a ward go down in the back of the dragon pit. Just maybe head's not quite in exactly the right spot. I don't want to criticize too much because Amazing is still doing quite well, but it's the little things like that that will distinguish teams between dominating teams and you know, just being ahead.
It's also the little things that add up over time.
Yeah.
Because last game it was not really the little things, it was them just going for Baron, which was a very big thing as it came into the late game. But this time, yeah, again, all those little mistakes do add up into deaths, a couple kills here and there, a couple towers, a couple objectives, which ultimately lead to the game. And Reason Gaming, this game have not been as commanding as last game, but they're still pretty even. If you look at the goal totals as well, this is very similar to how it was last game, with Origin being slightly ahead, but not dominatingly ahead.
And speaking of gold, this is a great time for XPeki to back. He just had 1,600 gold. It's going to turn into a Zhonya's Hourglass, I have to imagine.
Nope, it's going to be Will of Ancients.
Whoa, okay, it's both.
And both.
It has been a long, long time since we have seen a Will of the Ancients.
It's been changed so many times as well.
It has. So now it bestows 20% Spell Vamp as a unique passive, 10% cooldown reduction, and 80 ability power. So it fits with everything that Vladimir wants.
Yeah, I remember when that thing was an aura and we used to see double AP comps.
God, I remember
which
that.
This is also a double AP comp, but it's not.
Feels more
like
a
buff,
a quad AP comp when you look at it.
Yeah.
Which actually Origin have had a fair amount of success with when they stack a lot of AP, but last game didn't really go so well for them when they had full AP top lane, and this time Morgana lends herself a little bit more utility perhaps than the Gragas did in the last game, but it's Reason that are pushing a turret here in the middle lane. Zayu's been caught, Niels has been caught.
He gets caught out by the Acro Prison, that's the follow-up with the Equalizer, doesn't hit anyone though. The Soul Shackles lands onto Rumble, he'll have to flash away from that. So it's a very valuable ultimate coming in from Soaz. Take for now to the top lane, he'll be going one-on-one with Peke, but it is amazing turning into a 1v2. Sanguine Pool comes out, he's invulnerable, and Take for will return with the damage with the Shadow Slash. It's not enough with the Razor Shurikens, and Peke gets away scot-free, and he will just vamp up to full HP again. So much vamp from the Will of Ancients.
So much vamp tanking that's going to come on in this game, but Origin at this point, they got a tad fortunate in the middle lane that Kubon, his ult whiffed completely, went straight down the middle of the lane and didn't actually hit anybody. That's going to result in a second turret in that top lane going down in favor of Origin. This is now a much bigger lead than they had just a couple of minutes ago before that mid lane passage of playing. Origin were about this far ahead in the last game. This is about as far ahead as they got, and they couldn't close it out. This time they have a lot better scaling when it comes to their Vladimir. Is it enough?
And Dragons are still a way to win for them, because last game it was 2-2 at this time. Now it's 3-0 for Origin. So if they get the next one, they can really just start pressuring Reason Gaming to try and contest for the 5th. And this is very early into the game as well to have those 3 dragons. They took a very early one, and I've just been taking every single one since.
You can see, however, that Origin aren't particularly concerned with Take Fun at this point, and they really have no reason to be, as he's 0-2-0. No real armor itemization outside of that Zhonya's Hourglass, but Celeber playing a little bit risky, stepping forward to deal damage to the turret, and Janna being there should be enough to signal them back. But Reason Gaming is still looking active on the map. Even though they're behind, they're not just rolling over, and they didn't in the last game, and it's what kept them in and gave them that first win of the series. Origin still have to win 2 games if they want any chance of getting into the the automatic playoff spot.
Yeah, so now the crab will be taken this time by Amazing, unless Zai really wants to use his smite, but not really, with a dragon on the horizon. 1 minute and 20 to go. Let's take a look at some of the more items that have been picked up. Leandri's now finished by Kubon. Let's see what he's looking for next. He does have the makings of an Abyssal Scepter, so it looks like that'll be the case. Going full into that spell penetration from all of his items. Mid lane, Take Fun has finished his Blade of the Ruin King, which gets amped up by his ultimate as well, followed by the Brutalizer and his Hex Drinker.
One of the issues that Reason Gaming are going to have is their fighting, or the time that they can fight is going to rely heavily on Take Fun here. Because normally with a mid laner you'd see at least the option to build a Morellonomicon. Zed obviously doesn't give you that, neither does Rumble in the top lane. XPeki is looking to go in, but without the reduced healing as Vladimir drops low, they're only relying on Take Fun's Ignite. And that is the only time that they'll be able to fight XPeki the longer this game goes. And that was a teleport cancelled out by Kubon.
Yeah, he is sitting in the mid lane, maybe trying to collapse in onto XPeki, but he's very slippery, very difficult to get down as Amazing comes in from the bot-hand side, gets the ultimate onto Zai, who is already dropping low from Soaz, and the constant bombardment by Niels who comes across with his own missile barrage. Now, Amazing heading into the bottom side of the river because this is the Dragon now spawning in just 2 seconds, and this fight will follow down into this Dragon area.
Ooh, Kuban wants to try and fight this. Ultimate is still available. So as he's in the top lane, does have his teleport. He will just Tormented Soil the top wave away. Peke's found Take Fun. That's a lot of damage already. And we're in this weird situation where Zed has to deny the split push. Here comes the teleport coming in.
Oh, Kuban, he just got the ultimate down, but again, it whiffs and doesn't hit anybody. Xpek is on the back lines, and he just shreds everybody down. There's the double kill for Amazing. Take Fun over the wall, arrives to the party too late.
This is how you Baron.
Libic is now backing off. This is what you should have done last game. You get a couple kills, then you go for Baron. 3 and 0 is the time to do so. This is a lot cleaner than their decision making.
So we doubted the ability of Xpek to get to the Cogmore. The fact of the matter is, with Ghost and Flash available and the pool, he can kind of just go under and through the team fight and get there. However, they have to be careful that Take Fun doesn't just come in and deal a lot of damage here. That's a Baron going over. Remember, this was a similar kind of time that Origin took Baron in Game 1 as well. What do they do with it from here? Their 4-on-1 should be fairly strong now that Vladimir can do whatever he wants against this Zed, and the rest of the team now has the Baron buff on top.
Yeah, this should have been their performance from Game 1, but as long as they can take this game, then it will be down to the wire. Essentially becomes a best of 1 between these two teams. That final game will determine it, but Reason Gaming are not out of it just yet, even though Peke is becoming a serious threat for them.
So I was going to touch on this just before the Dragon fight. We're in a very kind of almost ironic situation where Take Fun, who would normally want to be split pushing on Zed, has to now stop the split push on Xpeke, but he actually can't do anything against Xpeke. As soon as he ultimates in on Zed, Vladimir either Zhonya's or pools or just, you know, gets all of his health back again, just using his skills. And Xpeke is very strong now that he's hit level 16.
Yeah, he's 3 items, plus his boots as well. He's gone for the distortion, so both his summoners will benefit from that, which is just fantastic. We'll be taking down this minion wave in the bottom lane here. Celever will try to take it out from long range. These Baron buff minions will become a problem. This big cannon minion shooting down the turret from long range. Don't really have anything to deal with it. It's going to take a lot of living artilleries to take it out.
It is, and Origin step up to the plate. Ooh, Niels.
This is the 4v5 though, because Soaz is not with them. He's in the mid lane, so
no
Origin
teleport.
do not want to go for this fight while he's in the mid lane pushing. Going to play it a little safer now. Libic did take a bunch of damage. Now there was a cycle into the mid lane and try and push this one in as well. And they should be able to take this inner turret with not too many difficulties.
Ooh, it whiffed.
Yeah. The ultimate coming through does not land, but a great binding onto Celever. He'll be ticking down. They have to go for the engage off the back of this as Take Fun comes in with a death mark. Niels follows up with his own damage, and Amazing from the back lines was trying to deal with Celever. He actually drops him very, very low. I'm not sure if he wants to do anything else, but Xpeke doesn't have either of his summoners. He'll just be tanking this turret, doing a little bit of damage to it as well, but everyone is so critically low from Reason Gaming. They all have to go back to base, and they have to just forfeit their middle turret.
Yeah, this is what Origin couldn't do in the last game, and that is push the first inhibitor of the game. Very smartly, Xpeke went bottom lane, pushed bottom lane while that fight was happening, because they knew they could disengage just using Janna and Gragas if they absolutely had to. And now Origin can swing down there. They're just going to shove this into the tower. I don't know whether it would be a wise move to keep pushing here for Origin. They are still a little bit chunked from the last fight, and Reason Gaming, although they are waiting on ultimates, admittedly, there isn't actually a whole lot that Reason can do to defend this other than clear waves, though.
Yeah, Origin are mostly chunked in terms of their mana pools. Amazing is fairly low, so is Soaz, so is Niels and Miffy. Peke doesn't suffer that problem because he's Vladimir, but he is still very strong in these fights. Constant tides of blood will come out if he can just get into the middle of the team, which should be fairly easy because it's been quite a while since the last major team fight. So not only is his Ghost up, but his Flash should be up in just a couple seconds. So he will be able to reach that back line. And if they're all stuck in one place, if Soaz lands his ultimate and seals them all down with his Soul Shackles, again, Amazing can keep them in place. Xpeke, he just needs a couple seconds with the team, and they're all going to die.
Couple of seconds, and something else that'll add to them all dying very quickly is that elixir of sorcery that he's just picked up. It means that first tides of blood, if he can get that right in between everybody, he's just going to deal added true damage onto everybody as well. So they're going to die pretty quickly here, and this is a lot cleaner a game from Origin. Much better considering their situation, but they're still not out of the woods yet. They have to close this game and win the next one. But it is a good sign that 1-0-4 on Vladimir. XPK is already too big of a problem for Reason Gaming, really, to deal with. Yeah,
and he's been keeping up the farm through this game as well. 315 at this stage in the game is a humongous total. 7-2 in terms of kills, 7-2 also in terms of towers, and 10,000 gold advantage, way different from the first game of this series. Now they have a significant gold advantage they can build up into a potential win here. And it is significant enough that it will convert into a large item differential. Again, I believe the last time we looked at Take Fun's item build, it was exactly the same as it is now.
Just about. I think he's picked up Home Guard, and that was about it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not been able to get out into a lane.
Caught as well. There comes the Tornado. Doesn't quite connect onto him. He was able to get away with the Mercury Treads. Kuban taking some hits. Celery as well does get tacked up. He also gets caught. There's the ultimate from Amazing. This could be the beginning of the end for Reason Gaming, as it will be Take Fun jumping into the back lines onto Niels. And now he'll just back away, but this is 4v5. Top tower again will have to be conceded for Reason Gaming. This is looking dire indeed.
This could just be the end of the game as the Super Minions push in. They don't actually have all that much wave clear left anymore. And Origin, very, very strong with this. Vladimir here is looking to push into the base.
Well, this would be a typical time for Origin to win the game. Usually they do it at around 35 minutes. This time it's going to be 32. Origin take the first, they take the second, and now they're onto the Nexus turret itself. Reason Gaming are very low. XPK will just Zoniz onto the spawn pad and hoping that his team will finish off the Nexus in time. And indeed they do. They take this series to 1-1. It all comes down to this final game.
That was so much better out of Origin. That was, I mean, it still wasn't clean, but Origin certainly just had a game plan this time around. And it looked like that's what they needed, was put Peke on a champion that he can carry on even in the late game. When it gets to that late, he can just be the voice that's like, I've got this. I've got everything about this game will stop you getting any kind of lead.
Yeah, honestly, Take Fun's Zed, as much as we hyped it up, was a little disappointing in that game. But if you think about the matchup, what does he do? He def marks in, and then there's a Zhonya's, there's a pool. It's also Vladimir. He's just going to kill you. So not a lot that he can do. And as you mentioned, like typically he's the one who's split pushing, but he just had to stop the split push from Vlad, and he can't push as fast as a Vladimir once he's built up a couple items.
It's a big problem. A big problem. The thing about it is I don't know whether it's worth banning Vlad, because that's such a specific...
Same as first game. It's not worth banning the Tristana, because that wasn't the problem. It was the idea of the problem.
Yeah, exactly. And I think actually Reason Gaming's pick ban has actually been solid. Right, up until now, Lulu banned out. They banned the LeBlanc, they banned the Maokai. I actually don't disagree with any of those bans.
Yeah.
Now they got to roll the dice. Is they leave the Zed open? Do they give Peke the Zed? Do they take it themselves again? Risk the Vladimir? We'll have to see.
Yeah, we will indeed, and it was also very interesting in the game because we were talking about the team compositions from Reason Gaming, and Kog'Maw came out, but there was nothing really to protect the Cog. And multiple times, yes, he got caught a bunch of times by bindings, by ultimates, by Amazing, but at the same time, it wasn't really the same as Game 1, where yes, they had a late game AD carry, but they didn't have a Hecker, and they didn't have a Swajrani, didn't have a Janna for peeling, they just had a Nami who peels a little, and then just people who are going to jump in and try and kill people.
Yeah, and Zayu's ults this game on Sejuani weren't quite as good as the first game. There were a couple that whiffed, especially around the mid lane. We saw that gank where nothing hit, and you saw Take Fun just peace out, and Zayu just died on his own.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Reason Gaming that there were slight misplays. I still think overall they were solid, but Origin just looked better that game.
Yeah, and it's good to see, because had Origin gone out 2-0 there, that would have, I mean, I don't think it would have even been possible, because we did see them lose a game against Lowland Lions in week 5, but then again, in the second game, they just turned it back around. And yes, this was like an instant turnaround, because they only had a couple minutes between game 1 and game 2. The other time, they had a whole day between, but it was good by Origin to come back, and even so, this is not the position they wanted to be in. They are one game away from going into the third place game. But if they play like that, then they can still make it to the finals.
Was that the kick up the butt that Origin needed, though?
Maybe,
Losing game 1.
And I think is actually very healthy for the team development, because it's like SK was saying in the LCS, we just needed some losses because they had that long win streak and then they just started stagnating. And it's like we just needed, we just needed the kick to show us that we can learn something from these losses and just come back stronger. And as it ended, they came out as the top team.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things is that you can't learn how to win all the time without learning how to lose first, and losing is actually quite an important part, because as you said, it teaches you a lot of lessons that you don't see when you're winning all the time. So maybe Origin just needed that. Maybe the game just didn't feel right for them. I actually will credit Reason a lot on that game one. They played very well from behind. This time they couldn't hold on while behind. That was the difference. I wonder whether we'll see a return to their performance from the first game. While they're on red side, will they look for a last pick Tristana kind of thing again if their comp suits it? There's still a lot on Reason's plate. There's still an even playing field. We're basically down to a best of one now to figure out who's going to the finals.
Yeah, exactly. Neither team is out of it just yet. Origin can still lose, so can Reason Gaming. Either of these teams can go to the finals next week. But after that game, the teams are dead even, and this last game will decide who will progress to the finals and who will fight for scraps in the third place game. Origin, again, is potentially one game away from being denied a chance at auto promotion. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5. Welcome back to the final game of the series between Origin and Reason Gaming. And a lot of people wouldn't have even thought they were getting to this stage of Game 3, but here we are, Stress.
Here we are, indeed. I mean, as we said, coming into Game 2, we maybe hadn't expected Reason to even fight so hard against Origin in Game 1. This time we're into Game 3. We said it before. It's a bit like a best of one now to see exactly who's going to the finals.
Yeah, but there is a lot of history from the first two games, so let's start, I guess, talking about that and reiterating that, because Origin really just controlled the game from the early game, and yes, they did that in Game 1, but it was way more apparent in Game 2.
Yeah, it was way more apparent. Just in general, they controlled everything about the game, and I'm happy to see they controlled Dragon better this game than they did in the last game as well. They really just made sure they got the 3 earliest dragons and then fought every single time for the rest of the dragons. And actually, we're going to take a bit of a look at the team fight that pretty much won the game for Origin. This was the setup. How Origin kind of took the fight at Dragon, then said, screw Dragon, we're going straight to Baron. So this is right in front of the Dragon Pit. About 26 minutes in, you can see Kuban gets blasted down very early on, and Peck is already into the backline at this point. And there's not a lot that Reason could do against this. Peke gets straight into the backline, shreds apart the rest of Reason Gaming. Yeah,
Peke's Vladimir kind of picked up a lot faster than we kind of thought it did, and as you can see, as you mentioned, his KDA 1-0 and 5, but it was really in these mid-game fights where he started just killing everyone, and Vladimir is typically seen as a later game champion. You get that farm, and yes, he was farming very well, and he just continues to get stronger and stronger to the point where they just couldn't deal with him.
And it's interesting because this composition out of Origin, very similar to one that I believe it was SKT played in LCK over the last couple of weeks. So it's interesting to see that Origin are kind of taking bits from around the world. We've seen them try the Juggernaut composition just after IEM. We've seen them try now compositions like this from LCK at least. So there's a lot that Origin are looking through, and I know they have an analyst that's helping them work on their play. So I wonder what influence they had between Game 1 and Game 2 here to really bring Origin back together.
Yeah, I mean, I would also highlight that this is 5.6 now, so compositions that worked in 5.4 may not necessarily work in 5.6, but if it's a super strong composition, then it may follow through the patches. So that worked for Origin. We'll see if Reason Gaming actually ban anything out from that composition to try and mess with that a little, or if they just go with something else entirely, because we have seen different compositions from both of these teams in both games, so they still have more in their arsenal. It's just a question of, do they try something new, or do they go back to something that worked in a previous game?
That's a big question. Is do you stick with what you know? Do you try something different? I mean, as we said before, I think the bans phase has actually been fine from Reason Gaming. I think it's exactly what they needed. I don't really think they need to change anything up, and I would be surprised to see them really change things significantly. But the option is there. The option is always there to change up strategy. Maybe you don't ban the Maokai and you let Soaz play, something that you can play around a little bit in the top lane. I don't know how comfortable Kuwon and Co are going to be at dealing with Soaz Maokai, though, because that then allows Origin to teamfight a lot more effectively.
Yeah, they have a lot of options available to them in the champion select, but so I'm just kind of wondering where we're going to go from here, because Take Fun, they really wanted that pick to work. It was Zed, it was first pick, it's a Take Fun champion, it didn't work. You mentioned that the champion select went very well for Reason Gaming. I mean, I agree, like the compositions were what they wanted, and they picked through the picking order well, but they need to execute it well. And that's where, the thing comes in, because if they don't play the composition well, then what's the point of picking it in the first place?
What is the point? What's the point?
Well, to try and make the finals and try and get into LCS, that is the point. That's the ultimate point.
That is the point, because that's what these two teams are playing for. Anybody that has maybe joined us during Game 2, they heard Peke was on Vladimir. I know he's been playing it, in solo queue a lot recently, but they're playing for that chance in the grand finals, and that's on the line.
It is. So let's get into this final champion select. We cannot have any more champion selects after this one. That's for dead certain.
Never.
Never.
More champion select.
Just ever. It's going to be Nemesis draft from here on out. But let's see what Origin do with their first pick, their first ban. So far, nothing. They're going to take a little while on this one.
It's going to be a minute. It's going to be a minute before they get it, but no, it's... so what are we looking for here? I'm expecting it to be the same Fizz, Nidalee, Z style.
I think so too. Nidalee was opening game 1.
Ooh, okay.
Hecarim comes out as a ban against Kuban. Yes, it did very well in game 1. It makes sense.
They banned this in game 2 as well.
Yes, so they will follow up with that. So Reason Gaming again ban out the Lulu, so they just don't want Origin on a Jug and War composition. Just don't want to deal with that.
Ironically,
which, is fine.
That's the composition they've lost with twice.
It is. It is the dice roll comp. I like to call it with the Origin. Could go well, could do terribly. We just don't know until we get into the game. But Reason Gaming just don't want to deal with it at all. Origin, what do they not want to deal with? They haven't really felt a lot of threat from Take Fun, despite him typically being the assassin playmaker. They'll take away his Z regardless because it was kind of an issue. But of course, the Vladimir shut him down. I guess Origin just don't want to pick another Vladimir here and be like, well, we're going to pick Vlad every game and not be predictable. And then LeBlanc will come out as another ban against FLICKR.
I think one of the other things here is Origin are saying we don't want the Z. It's not first pick priority for them, so they don't want it falling to the second round for Reason Gaming. It's just another champion that they'd rather not have to deal with here through the second picks stage. And LeBlanc getting banned out as well. Very similar out from Reason Gaming. As I said, I honestly think the Maokai should just follow up here as well.
Yeah, very, very likely. Just onto Soaz again, force him onto something a little different. And there we go.
There we go.
Okay, everything as expected from the bans. Now, let's see if they do anything different in the champion picks, because this is where it could potentially get interesting. This is also the last chance for the teams to pull out anything potentially different that they've been planning for. This is the final game. I mean, Reason Gaming weren't really pressured to bring anything new out in that last game.
So it's interesting because we know that, or at least we have spoken to Reason a little bit, and they were talking about a strat that they have. They never really divulged what it was, so I'm wondering exactly whether they're going to bring it out now. Obviously, we haven't seen anything too crazy in game 1 and 2, but if they have been practicing with something different, now may very well be the time to bring it out.
Very true. Yeah, they were saying they practiced it in a couple scrims against some of the different teams they've been playing against. We'll see if they actually bring it out here, because they need the conditions to be right for it.
Okay.
We'll see.
Is that what they said?
Origin will create that.
Okay.
I was prodding, and they were like, I'm not going to tell you anything.
Yeah, so I know, because they wouldn't tell me either, so there's something that Reason will do, but we know one thing that Origin have done, and that is make their first pick.
Yeah, and their first pick is just going to be a very solid Morgana, the ultimate of flex picks. Can go top, mid, support.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on Reason Gaming, they'll pick up their Janna. Took far less time than Origin did with their first pick, and it will be Take Fun going for the Ari again, as he did in Take 1.
Take 1, game 1. Take Fun, have
Take
fun. Game 1 went really well for Take Fun on Ari as well. So I think that's a really solid pickup. Same with Janna, it's extra disengage here that Reason Gaming are going to have. It's not quite Libic's playstyle when you look at things, but he prefers his Thresh, but he just isn't opting for that. They want to take the Janna away. Don't let Mithy get the Janna that he played in game 2, as that was another big factor, the disengage. Yeah,
I do wonder whether they'll pick something else with Janna again, maybe something later game. Celevar every single game so far has picked up a later game champion. We'll see what Origin go for here, what jungler they'll go for. Amazing has typically favored Gragas over the Swajani, but Swajani will give them way more engage and maybe allow Soaz to get on top of the competition. Sivir will do the same as I just mentioned, allow them to get into the fight, and they'll be going with this one for Niels. I don't necessarily recall if Niels has played this one before.
Yeah, that's actually what I was just looking to check. I actually don't believe he has.
But again, this is a different type of composition.
This is a different champion for Niels.
Dead on the money. Okay, so Reason Gaming, well, we talked about disengage from the Janna. They're going to go back to basics, go back to game 1 with the Ari, the Tristana, and the Janna. This is exactly how it went last time. They may just go for the whole shebang and go for everything.
They can't go for the Hecarim from game 1.
They can't, yeah.
That's the one thing. So they'd be needing a top lane engaged champion if they wanted to run something that was similar. Like Zac, but we haven't really seen Zac in the top lane too much in competitive. Yeah, we did by Mouse. Oh, yeah. Don't remind me about that series, but we haven't seen it too much in competitive, and I actually don't know that we'd see it again at this point. I mean, Kuban has other options. His Aurelia is actually open, should he look to pick it up.
Yeah,
Gragas, flex pick here. Could be top, could be jungle. We saw Soaz play it earlier, top lane building full AP, didn't exactly have a huge impact on the game as such. I actually expect that to be a jungle Gragas on Zayu with Kuban taking his Aurelia. He doesn't want to blind pick Irelia, though, into a potential bad top lane matchup. They've got the flex of Morgana.
But if he does get his Irelia, that's another great great thing within the arsenal, because Kubon's Irelia is great. We saw it in the expansion tournament. We've just seen it for months and months, years and years. So he's always going to be solid on that pick. Origin, what do they go for now? Because they have the Morgana, which can be in support, can be in the top lane. They're hovering over the Rumble, which would suggest the Morgana would be in that bot lane support. And they also hover the Vladimir as well. So it worked last game. They have the Sivir this time as well. The On the Hunt comes in, Vladimir runs at you, you try and CC him down, he pulls. So it's very difficult to get away from. No doubt he'll just go for the flash and ghost again if that is the case.
Okay, it gets locked in as well.
All right, so yeah, they will go for that. They'll go for the Vlad, and they'll go for the Rumble in the top lane.
Different matchup as well now. Vladimir into Ahri, a little bit... Again, Vladimir is not a champion that we see all that much to kind of definitively say matchups, but Peke is obviously very confident against Take Fun's Ahri here, so Vlad's going to want to split push. Somebody's going to have to stop him, and maybe it'd be in an Irelia. Maybe. Or Irelia wants to split push herself. We're in a very weird situation like last game.
Where they'll just bump heads in that 4-1. Yeah, very possible. But if they do lock this in, I mean, it would make perfect sense because of Kubon's Irelia.
Yeah.
But again, this time Origin, it feels like they have more of a cohesive composition, because last time they had bits and bobs, but now they have, let's just get into the fight, let's just CC them, let's kill them all with Vladimir, everything laid on top of each other. Like, this is a composition that will just, if it gets ahead, they just team fight and team fight and team fight.
Yeah, they've got to get ahead though.
Yeah.
They've done it in both games.
Yeah,
they have.
Second game more than the first game. All right. So that much makes sense. It's going to be the Irelia for Kubon in the top lane. It's going to be that jungle Gragas. It will be Take Fun on his champion of the first game, and everything else is the same from that first game. Tristana and also the Janna for the bot lane. And apart from that, nothing too much out of the ordinary.
No, but I'm interested to see how Seliva's Tristana is going to work. We were highlighting the AD carries as we came into this matchup, and Seliva looked good in game 1, didn't look so good in game 2. And that's a bit worrying. I wonder whether Seliva needed, in the same way that Origin needed the loss, maybe after a great game, maybe he relaxed a little bit too much and was like, okay, well, we can just do the same again. Yeah,
I also didn't think, because last time it was very easy for him in game 1 to get away, because there was so much in front of him and so much peel. In the second game, he was on a cog. He didn't have that rocket jump that Tristana has. So this time he does, and we'll see if it works. So everything is on the line for this final game. So you can vote for the team you think who will clinch the final win using the hashtags OGWin or RGWin, and we'll be checking in with your opinion during the match. So far, it's gone from 7% to 12% for Reason Gaming. We'll see if it increases again. They did lose that last game, but if you think they're going to take the series, then now would be the time to get in on the underdogs in this series.
Is it going to be 5% either way? Again, is it going back down to 7% or is it going up
maybe
to 17?
Very possible. Let's get into this game and answer all of our questions and all of your questions over there at home. We will see how this works. Origin now onto the blue side once again from game 1. They did have that higher seed, finishing number 1. Oh, that was a little weird from Zayo. Finishing first seed in the round robin, 9-1 to Reason Gaming, who barely scraped into the playoffs with the 4th seed, taking that from Team Dignitas EU. And now they are 1 win away from getting to the finals, or potentially 1 loss from going into that 3rd place game and meeting Gamers 2, who are waiting anxiously to see who they'll be facing in that 3rd place game and keeping their playoff, or keeping their promotion dreams alive. 4th place will requalify for Summer Challenger Series, so they are safe no matter what happens in this one, but of course you do want to qualify for a chance at making LCS, because that's the dream.
That is the dream. Hashtag LCS the dream. But, I mean, if you're Gamers 2, as good as Reason Gaming have looked today, if you're Gamers 2, you still want Origin to win this game. So you don't have to play Origin to make your way into the promotion tournament. Reason Gaming have shown us, though, that they can compete with Origin. And that's why we're in Game 3. And being in Game 3 still bodes well for Reason Gaming, because this composition, the later and later the game goes, again, is going to be good for Reason. They've got an Irelia, they've got a Tristana as well. So if this one goes late, Reason will breathe somewhat of a sigh of relief that they can get Seliver and his carry pants back on.
That's true, but we do have a Vladimir from XPeke who will be able to scale equally as well into the late game. Sivir as well, not too shabby. Not as bad as a Corki who spikes in the mid-game. And Soaz, of course, with the ultimate, always going to be useful. So at least Origin do have something they can do in the late game rather than just die, which was what they did in game 1. And only just hope that they can outsmite them at Baron.
Which never happened.
Which never happened. Kuban going to be taking these Krugs at top lane here. And are we going to have these lane swap shenanigans again, potentially? Here comes the ward coming out. Amazing, and Soaz going up against his blue buff. Miffy as well onto the opposing blue buff, just seeing what's up. And who can get these early movements. So it is Seliver and Libic sitting in the top lane for this lane swap. It will be Niels and Miffy down here in the bottom lane. Miffy is still sat on top of this blue buff. He doesn't have a water play, so he's just waiting for that to go down. Finally, he can do it. There we go. Take Fun getting the harassment down onto Peke, so having a little bit better of an early laning phase than he was as Zed as the last game. And Kuban and Zayu still heading towards their blue buff, which has been warded, but Amazing and Soaz are just going to go for their second buff as well. So they'll have the knowledge, they just won't be disrupting it.
Yeah, has been spotted out. Bottom lane, though, Origin are pushing fairly hard here, and it's something you don't see all that often from these lane swap scenarios. Is normally you'd expect a freeze, but Niels has shoved a big wave into this tower. Will we see Irelia get there in time? Origin are actually going to push up and try and deter Irelia from getting any of this experience, or at least for as long as they can. Amazing's coming over the wall. Kuban's in trouble.
Oh, he locks him down with the binding as well. There comes the Boomerang Blade. Zayu will be backing away with his ally of Kuban just getting in there to body block for him. But that has done enough to send him packing back to base and allows them to clear out this minion wave. Also means that big minion wave from Origin will all just crash against the turret and all be taken down. So not only do they get a decent amount of damage onto the turret, but they've denied Kuban hard.
And he has to teleport if he wants to get any of this experience. The problem is Miffy and Niels have put so much damage down onto this turret that it is a very hostile area should he choose to teleport in.
He's in top lane, in fact.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, teleport has gone down top lane, so they want to get this 1 versus 1 setup. As Kuban was not feeling that bottom lane. However, Kuban has got more CS from his ability to roam around the jungle. Soaz is only on 4 CS so far.
Yeah, it did mean the bot lane from Niels is slightly ahead.
Zayu,
though, does get ignited up. Zayu from the sidelines. He'll follow up with the barrel as well, plus the ignite. He won't be dying from this, but it is certainly annoying. It will mean Take Fun's very low on mana, so Zayu will just be here to help him push it in.
Good barrel roll placement from Zayu. He knew that Peke would have wanted to go in a straight line, get as far away as he could. Popped it straight on his head as soon as he comes up from the pool.
He hit a skull shot. Good job.
Vlad was expecting it all to be blood around him, but it turns out it was just grog.
And Zayu will be taking down the crab again. Extra 50 gold on top of that 15 gold from his jungle item, of course. So as in the top lane, misses a CS, saw that. Zayu, though, will be finding him in the top lane, will catch him with the body slam, forces the flash out. And Soaz is catching up on CS, but now he's a flash down. Kuban also has his flash down from earlier, so they'll just be sharing that same fate. Soaz still has his teleport, though, so he has that advantage.
Yeah, and Soaz has got no potion, so he has to be careful here. With knowing Zayu was kind of around the area, Zayu could loop back and cross over that ward. Yes, he'd get a little bit of an advance warning, but still has to watch out for Zayu's pathing here. And actually you can see that Amazing is going to head up to this top side jungle just to counter gank. I would imagine there's not exactly too much kill pressure here unless Kuban really messes this up.
Yeah, Zayu will also be coming up here as well, just in case, if he can try and get a counter gank down. But Kuban just wants to sit under his turret and farm away. That is his current goal in life. Mid lane, Take Fun has gone back to base, picked up the Aether Wisp. Meanwhile, XPeke has picked up a normal magic mantle and his amp tome, so building towards his early game items here. Bot lane is Niels picking up a very early pickaxe, actually not deciding to wait a little bit and go for the BF sword, which would be the bigger spike. Trying to spend all the gold as it comes in. And the double Durant out from Seliver.
And I wonder whether Peke is going to build towards the Will of the Ancients again this time early on, or whether he'll opt for the Abyssal Scepter against Ari. Obviously now he's in against versus Magic lane. He may have to itemize a bit differently. He probably won't opt for the Zhonya's quite as fast in this game. He got an Abyssal Scepter in the last one, but maybe a little bit more necessary against Take Fun earlier on in the game. And actually I expect he's going to go take away the Raptor camp as well. So Amazing finds himself a little bit down on experience actually because of that.
So far, neither team has drawn ahead. Zayu will be popping up his Razor Sharp buff, but that'll be showing him a pink ward.
Oh, Amazing. That's so disheartening. Amazing's like, I really want this ward. Oh, it's going to time out.
Nope. And there will be a Howling Gale he receives instead, but Miffy is there to back him up. Does get down the binding, and Libic will be using his Trinket to clear away that ward again. Question is, will Miffy put another ward down?
Ooh,
so is taking a lot of damage from Kubon though. He uses the Transcendent Blaze to get the advantage in that lane. Soaz does not have the ultimate himself, but now Kubon is completely out of mana, so he'll be heading back to base. He has, however, built up a fairly large gold lead. 43 farm against 29. Libic takes some damage.
Not quite.
Libic actually angers the dragon himself. Zayu takes the crab, and Reason Gaming actually do go for this one. So they clear out the minion, or they clear out the ward, and now they go for the dragon itself. Mid lane is pushing, so Expected can't really respond.
This is very similar timing to game 1 as well from Reason Gaming. Pretty much the same setup from Reason as well. So she's dropping fairly low. Miffy now knows that they're doing it. They have had that ward in the back of the pit as well. Teleport coming in from Soaz. He does not have his ultimate. Dragon is down.
And Expected comes in from the mid lane. He has been exhausted, so not doing too much damage at the moment. Teller is trying to back away. This is the heal coming out as well. Miffy will be following up the damage. Take Fun will be jumping away with his ultimate. First blood goes to Amazing. And Soaz will be overheated, so he'll back into the middle lane. Nice first blood, and the Dragon, though, going over to Reason Gaming. So, first blood for Dragon. I feel like Reason Gaming got a little bit ahead.
Can Origin get anything else from this, though? Amazing straight away goes to take away the enemy jungle. And it looks like Soaz is going to return back up to the top lane. Take Fun is out of mana here as well, so he is going to have to recall too. This is the time that everybody is going to head back, and you can see Peke has opted for that Hextech Revolver first once again.
Yep, he is on 68 farm currently. This is the blue buff again being contested by these teams. I feel like we see this every single game. They really like that blue buff. This specifically the one on the red-hand side. Take Fun will be taking that one away. Now on the bot lane, Niels is now ahead of Saliva by around 20 CS, so it is a decent amount. But that first blood managed to get an assist onto everyone on the team. Top lane, just trading off.
Yeah, Kubon thought he had the better trade then, and then took Tower Aggro for a hit. So Soaz actually comes out the better from that small trade.
So let's take a look at the just general vision game as well, because we were talking about in game 1 how these teams ward a lot more than the other teams in the rest of the EU Challenger Series, and so far they've already been keeping it up. Typically when objectives start being a thing, the teams really start to ramp up in the amount of vision they put down. Bot lane, Salva is trying to aggress onto this turret. He has Libic there as well to increase the damage. We'll be getting the explosive charge down onto the tower, which will do even more damage. Miffy able to take out this ward, which is just in range of the pink ward.
Niels is up in CS again, but he's actually opted for the level 2 boots, the Berserker's Greaves, very early on. And Niels, his itemization is so far behind because of it. In top lane, Zayu is going in first.
Amazing is there to counter-engage, though. Lands a great ultimate onto two players, onto Zayu and Kubon, who will be dropping first. Juice into the bush to cut the vision. Kubon, can he get in range for the ultimate attack? Turns around! He gets the Junkyard Titan extra damage and goes for the 2-0. What a perfect counter-gank.
Great counter-gank there out of Amazing. Good ult. And Soaz just manages to turn it around and get so much damage down. That's a massive power play out from Origin. It puts them very far ahead now in this early game, and they're going to be able to put damage onto this turret as well. Kubon's may choose to teleport in on this. I wonder whether he'll hold it and just let them get a lot of damage down on this tower.
Boomerang Blade gets one, gets two. Takes some damage onto Salva in the bot lane. He's still got his flash and busts the shot. Still lagging behind in farm, however.
But back down to this bottom lane, as you were talking about, no BF sword even out yet from Niels. He's actually opted for the components of a pickaxe. Now, I'm assuming, not a pickaxe, a Last Whisper. I'm assuming he will still go a standard build of Infinity Edge into subsequent items. But that's a lot of gold now invested into things that aren't a BF sword, which deters from his Infinity Edge spike, and he's going to push it lower, further and further with that second attack speed item as well. So Celiva is getting led off a little bit on his itemization by the fact that Niels has opted for his level 2 boots.
Yeah, it's a little odd. Typically, we never see level 2 boots picked up so early on the AD carries, but it will give him the extra movement speed, I guess. And plus, when we get to these team fights as well, it really is just about the ultimate and getting Peke to the back lines. He hasn't completely destroyed mid lane. Takefun is drawing basically even with him so far, but he's also started to take the... I wanted to say Rave Camp, but it's now the Raptors. That was a long time ago. And he started taking those, so he will be getting ahead in farm ever so slightly. Zayu now heads into the mid lane. If he wants a gank to happen, it's going to take quite a lot to kill Xpeke, as he has both of his summoners, his pool, and he's almost impossible to pin down unless they land a charm.
He's probably going to head back soon, though. He is sat on 1,200 gold right now, so he's likely to head back. But both junglers have convened in this bottom lane as well. Both have been spotted on wards. So I don't actually expect too much to happen from this, because both teams should be aware from the way the other are playing that neither jungler can really get into this. But Amazing has left the lane. Zayu is still around, but is now turning tail back into the jungle himself.
So Dragon is spawning in 1 minute 20 seconds. Zayu has gone back to base. He's picked up his Balmy Cinder, which will be going into his Cinder Hulk, of course. Won't be going into a Sunfire Cape. Takefun has picked up his Ludens now as well, so starting to pick up some big power spikes from Reason Gaming, which is perfect timing for the Dragon just coming up. Question of whether Niels and Peke can do the same, but Niels has really delayed himself. Amazing in the jungle has got his Cinder Hulk. Soaz manages to get a bit of damage down onto his item build, but Takefun now with this item lead trying to put it down onto Xpeke, gets the Sanguine Pool out. He'll flash away from the last Q coming out from Ari, and Amazing will spook Takefun, so he has to flash away. Amazing did have his ultimate if he really wanted to use it on him, plus the flash to get in range for Arctic Assault, so it was a wise choice. But Takefun trying to take advantage of his item spikes. Yeah,
Takefun doesn't have flash available here, so they can't flash ult, and Amazing actually shows himself in this lane, so Reason is just waiting for Origin potentially to push up into that bush. So in that little trade there, all the summoners were used by both mid laners and both ultimates, so as far behind as Xpeke dropped, the one other key thing, Takefun not running a mana regen item, can't regen to continue to fight in that middle lane. Peke just needed a few seconds to regenerate his way up using his abilities. So from there, Peke actually somehow ended up coming out slightly ahead when it comes to lane pressure, but Soaz is in danger.
Reason Gaming in the top lane though. Here comes the barrel roll, follows up with the equalizer onto the minion wave, trying to get something to happen. The Celiva though will be taken down in turn and jumps over the wall. That's another flash from Nils. There's another flash from Celiva. Last auto attack as the Buster Shot comes through will be enough to take him out. 4 and 1 currently on the scoreboard, plus the bottom tower going over to Origin. They're really starting to pull ahead.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade overall, but that tower is going to make all the difference for now. Dragon has spawned as well, so Origin can turn to look at it, but this is again very similar to game number 1, where they're going to push out the bottom tower first, make sure that wave of minions, or the next wave, will bounce from the turret, and force them not to be able to pick up too much experience here before turning for the Dragon.
Yeah, so top tower will go down. Kuban making sure that it kills this last minion before he finishes off the turret here. Dragon is up. It will be started by Amazing. Bottom lane is being pushed in by Origin. They may even pick up a second turret here, which would be fantastic for them. Celiva, good sidestep away from the binding, and that just goes down. Amazing is still soloing up the Dragon, and there's so much vision control around there. It's completely secured by Origin, and Reason Gaming do not even have a bead on it. They do not even have the timer.
No, and especially with the towers going down in the bottom lane, a Reason definitely won't have an exact timer, because there was no point at which Origin completely disappeared from the map. So now Reason are left guessing what did go down from Libic, so now they know it is indeed gone. Libic clears out the pink ward, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, they can also just hit tab and be like, oh, they picked up a Dragon, so that must mean they took it. Just a couple seconds ago.
True.
4,000 gold advantage. Peke just get caught in the middle lane, but he still has Sanguine Pool, remember. He'll be going into it right now. Zayu is sitting on top of him. Libic is there to seal the deal, and Takefun comes in with the very last charge of Spirit Rush to finish him off. So Vladimir apparently can bleed. Kuban in the top lane, though, aggressing onto Soaz. Niels is also there. He'll be flashing away. Top tower is very low for him as well, so I'm not entirely sure if he can defend it, but he can if Niels just gets out of dodge. Middle lane, Reason Gaming pick up a tower. Libic.
One tap.
Got it. Yeah, even buffs himself with his shield, so make sure it dies. And bottom turret also falls, so all of the outer turrets fall to Reason Gaming in the blink of an eye.
That's a really good passage of play out of Reason Gaming, and it all stemmed from the fact that XPeke still didn't have his summoners available. It's an easy kill onto Peke once he'd pushed out, and not even the pool was enough to save him. So Reason Gaming firing back once again. That's actually drawn this game far more level than Origin would want it to be at this point into the game. They're only 1,500 gold up when they were just about 3,500 about a minute ago.
That was indeed the case. And amazing, now takes that crab. He will be securing that vision in the upper river. And now going into this bush. He already did have the Razor Sharp buff, so he didn't necessarily need to use his own sweeper. Wards go down all over the top side. They are gearing up to try and take this low health tower. Libic is here to try and shield it up though. I'm not sure if they can defend. Niels and Miffy. Kuban trying to go for the engage though. He will be jumping in. There's the on the hunt. He turns around. Goal! So much damage from Niels. Heads in with the boomerang blade. Libic is maybe sticking around for a little too long. Can't afford to get tagged by a dark binding. Top tower goes down and a kill.
So as down in the bottom lane pushing as well from that engage, but it's mid lane again.
Take Fun again moving on to XPeke. There's a Sanguine Pool. Can he survive after it? Jukes out of the way of the Tides of Blood. There comes the Orb of Deception. Takes him out. One-on-one kill. Take Fun just showing who's boss.
XPeke a little bit maybe distracted by the fact that he just got killed. Comes back into lane, maybe not expecting the Ignite to be up from Take Fun. That's one of the key factors in that small engage there, and Take Fun comes out ahead because of it. He has a lot of damage right now from that Luden's Echo and the now needlessly large rod on top of it. But that Ignite timing, shredding through the regeneration that Vladimir wants. Teleport is coming through from Kuban. He's into the backside of this fight. He doesn't want it, though.
He's looking for the flank, but the team isn't quite in position. It's not the fight that they want, not the fight that they're looking for.
Big cooldown.
Yeah, long cooldown. He wasn't even to a tower, so it's going to be on its maximum cooldown for that teleport. Selva and Take Fun will clear out the minion wave, however. It has been a while since we've really looked at the scoreboard because the teams have been trading objectives constantly. 3 towers to 3 so far. And the goal totals are starting to stabilize. However, Origin are still slightly ahead. Top lane, Kuban is now ahead in CS. Mid lane, the same story for Reason Gaming. But bot lane, Niels is 40 farm ahead of Selva, plus those 2 kills, so significantly ahead of his counterpart. Has translated into that zeal you can see, and the makings of even more damage, whereas Selva only sitting on his infinity edge. However, the later the game drags on, well, we saw a perfect example in the form of Game 1, how difficult Selva can be to deal with.
For sure. And interestingly enough, Niels actually picks himself up a fairly early red buff as well, as Amazing did just give that over to Niels, so that will help with Niels' damage and ability to stick on top of people in these fights, but they've already got a fair amount of mobility when it comes to it with that Sivir ultimate, and also the dual mobility summoners on XPeke. So Origin are in a good spot right now, but certainly they cannot disrespect Reason like they did in the first game. That was one of the biggest problems with why Reason stayed in, was Origin just honestly weren't respecting.
Yeah, that is that's pretty true. Yep. That's a true statement, Stress. And in the bot lane, Selva pushing up in here against Niels. See if a fight erupts. And talking about Niels, he's really typically strayed away from the picks like Sivir. He's gone for the more AD casters. He's gone for the Corkis, the Graves. He went for Cogmore, of course, when we saw them run the Juggermore. But typically, this isn't his style of play. So it's interesting that he's gone for this game. But it's a compositional choice, which is cool to see that he has that in his arsenal if the team needs it.
Yeah, and it's not the only thing about this composition that is a compositional choice rather than a pure itemization. You look at Sejuani, has the Righteous Glory out from the jungle as well. It's not always the most standard item that you'll see. Ooh, Peke will, you know, the sigh of relief that that charm didn't land him. That could have been a very dead Vladimir. Yeah,
Takefun also had to burn his Spirit Rush because Miffy's Dark Binding almost hit him. Not sure if it would have. It timed out just before it got to him. Even so, better to be safe than sorry than to die. Kuban in the top lane. Soaz with the ultimate, only fairly good positioning, but he's still being chased after by Kuban. Kuban has run out of juice and will not be following him down. Libic and Selva now return to their bottom lane habitat. They have found Niels, though.
Niels.
Remember, he has Spell Shield, so he'll be using that one right now, looking to block the Buster Shot out. He'll be flashing away and using the heal. So they take both his summoners and his ultimate. Zayu is here to try and zone zone Amazing away. Here comes the Bowler onto two.
No follow-up, though.
No one's there, but now FLICKR is coming into this battle. He's split up. The whole of Origin is really split up in this fight. Takefun will be coming forward. Sanguine Pool cuts his own health bar. He'll be flashing away from the charm. And Miffy and Niels were just pretty much farming in the bottom lane. He was really just down to FLICKR to try and get away from that catch.
Origin completely on different pages here. Both summoners used by FLICKR, and especially considering that a dragon just came up at the same time. This now leaves FLICKR in a position behind the dragon. They're looking for a steal from Amazing. He doesn't get it.
Goes over to Takefun. What is it in this series about junglers not picking up the objectives? It's always either the AD carry or the mid laner. It's always down to the wire. Getting a little antsy, you have to feel, these junglers and these teams, because there's so much on the line. The winner of this game will be going to the finals and going for a chance at automatically promoting into the LCS. A chance like that does not come around all the time. In fact, it does that once a split.
Yeah. I mean, it's like clockwork, yeah, but it's not often.
Yes.
It's, you can count on that. But Reason Gaming are in a great position for how the roster has looked over the group stage. They weren't the top teams. They certainly have snuck under the radar of Origin here, and both teams right now, they're one game away. And as you said, that doesn't come around very often.
Well, as this team fight gears up, we'll see if anything really happens. But I do want to theorize a little bit, because if Origin drop down and go into the promotion tournament, they could be facing either Giants or Roccat. And most likely Roccat, or most likely Giants rather. And in that matchup, I still feel Origin would come out ahead. We'll see if that's the case. Libic very close to being caught by Amazing. But it's a very interesting topic, because that could very well be the case depending on how this single game goes.
In that case, I mean, obviously they'd have to get dropped down into the pros.
Correct.
That is, that would be what would happen. They'd either have to drop down from the winners or win the losers match, the third place match. But one thing I want to focus on from this game is that you can see how much trouble FLICKR is having on this Vladimir this time around. He's had to opt for distortion boots very early on, and look at Celebi, he's just pushing, has that bomb on the turret.
Ultimate onto the top lane, but that's not something he wants to dive. Takefun coming in from the bot hand side. This could be very dangerous. Niels get caught by the charm. He goes down. Kuban comes out with the Blade Surge as well to finish him off. Bot lane was able to be stopped by Soaz. Could weather the storm down there with the equalizer. That tower's very low. And Seliver again, we saw this actually in the series that they played last time in week 2. It was Seliver who was the one split pushing. You remember it was in mid lane with Graves, and he was the one who was keeping him in it by trading objectives. This game is going very similarly to how it did last time.
Seliver did just lose both of his summoners though in the bottom lane. We didn't quite catch it on the stream, but you know, he needs both flash and heal if he really wants to take those kind of split push engages there against like a Rumble. He's going to have a lot of damage later into the game, but he doesn't quite yet. So as now, Kuban knows he's not got his ultimate available, so this is a fairly easy one for Kuban to pick up. No,
he's going to try and teleport away. He knows he's not going to get stunned. He's away. That was very close, though. Down to the wire.
Just about.
But he burns his teleport, and that gives teleport advantage now to Reason Gaming, so they can do what they like with it, and allows Kuban to split push, whereas Soaz will not be able to get into a fight just as fast, and Soaz does not have any CC, so he will not be able to stop Kuban from getting away from his clutches.
Origin this time, they're again running a similar composition with this later game scaling mid lane. However, FLICKR is behind in mid lane, and Takefun has done a phenomenal job in games 1 and 3 on Ahri of actually controlling FLICKR. You can see 2-0 and 1 now, 240 CS on Ahri to the 221, 0, 2 and 1 from Vladimir. So Takefun has really been the shining light from that mid lane here for Reason Gaming. Celeber has looked good as well, but Takefun's doing a lot of work that is maybe not quite as obvious to spot.
Yeah, Takefun to me kind of either has like an amazing game or not quite a great game. There's no real middle ground for Takefun, but he just plays those assassins, which are high risk, high reward, so that is the case. In the bot lane, still, Kuban trading up against Soaz. Has to be very careful though, their vision control is not super good down there. In fact, most of the vision control is all around the Baron area, which is a good call by Reason, because we do know that Origin like their Baron plays.
I hope this game doesn't devolve to that. again.
Me too, Stress.
I really hope it doesn't. Although this time around, looking at it, Origin actually have a composition that should be able to fight that a lot better with a Rumble from the top lane and a Vladimir. That if you lay a Hemoplague and an Equalizer over the top of each other, that's actually a fairly strong...
Sounds like a recipe.
It sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Disaster.
Now, that's worrying that you knew where I was going with that.
Hive mind. A little bit disturbing. Well, we'll see what happens in this mid lane. What is for sure is many minions are dying, and that will be giving Neil some gold. He has a lot of gold on a lot of farm over Celiva so far. He's sitting on 10,300 to 8,400 from Celiva, so he's got a significant lead, and that has just exacerbated over the last couple of minutes. Mid lane as well, and you can see advantage this time to take fun. So here's the shining light, as you mentioned, on their team. But then again, Kuban is also ahead of Soaz, so there's a lot of factors going over to Reason Gaming.
The difference between the AD carries didn't seem to matter in Game 1, though. Niels had a lead in Game 1. He didn't really have a whole number of kills. It was mainly from farm. And then Celiva kind of just scaled again on Tristana. This time he hasn't picked up a whole bunch of kills, so being behind on farm is going to hinder him more than it did in Game 1. But at the same time, Origin, they have to be careful of that Tristana scaling into the late game.
Wards over the wall. It will be Niels picking up the crab. Amazing, saying, what the hell? I get more gold from that with my jungle item. They'll be clearing out these wards in the mid lane, or trying to. They don't have any... Well, they do have a couple sweepers. And there it is. They know there's a ward there, but he needs to take it out. Kuban is now pushing the top lane. He has changed his natural habitat to that lane. Soaz is trying to zone him away. Lands both electro harpoons. Will be overheating as well. That's a lot of damage. Kuban will be shoved away here, down to 50% HP. That has allowed Origin to go for the dragon here. Celiva in the mid lane. That's an equalizer again going wide. And this dragon should be going over to Origin. There we go, second for Origin.
Soaz had to chase Kuban there. Ooh, Peke dodges the charm.
Yeah, third time lucky in this situation. Now trying to find Niels as well. Trying not to push too far forwards. Take fun. Fairly valuable to this team of Reason Gaming. If he drops, it is disastrous.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because Kuban with his teleport is still available. Soaz had to make sure that Kuban couldn't teleport. If he teleports or tried to, he would die. And that basically gives Origin the ability to take the dragon. We're back in almost the same situation as game number 1. Two dragons apiece, 5 kills to 4. Most of the outer, well, all of the outer turrets, some of the inner ones down at this point. This is where Origin started just trying to go for Baron. They looked at it for a second then, but didn't actually opt to, and I really hope they don't.
Yeah, probably had flashbacks from game 1. In mid lane, they will be again farming it out. That is the same build from Xpeki that we saw before. Has gone for the Will of Ancients, this time for the Abyssal Scepter first. As the Aether Wisp, see where that one goes. Could be the Ludens. It would make sense since he spams E and Q all day, so you'd be getting those procs pretty consistently.
And the difference from that was he wouldn't have a Zhonya's this game if he does opt for the Luden's Echo. He's a little while away from that, still only sell on about 800 gold, so he won't get there anytime soon. But that certainly would be an interesting tweak to his build if he does opt for that.
It would. It would definitely amp up his damage output. Let's take a look at his opposing mid laner, what he's done. He did pick up that Ludens, of course, at the very early stage of the game. Has gone for the Death Cap since then. Again, another spike in his damage. Top lane looking towards the Blade of the Ruin King over the Zephyr, which we have sometimes seen on this top lane Aurelia's.
Thinking about that Ludens even more, I wonder, with Tides of Blood, if Vladimir uses Tides of Blood to multiple champions around him, I wonder what the priority is on that. Because there's a couple of weird interactions with like Karthus and Ludens, is if you ult. Apparently, some people did a load of testing. Apparently, it's the first champion picked in the game. Requires the Ludens proc. Yeah, it doesn't matter which lane it was in, whichever was first picked.
Very interesting.
I mean, I'm yet to have official conclusion on that. But again, Origin, stop going for Baron, please.
Yeah. They have done. However, Kuban used his teleport and actually cancelled it because he's continuing to push in his bottom lane. It's just Reason Gaming. Their job is to stop the recalls. Soaz going back. So is the jungler and so is Peke. Reason Gaming don't manage to do so, but they're going to take advantage of this. They'll try and push in the middle lane. They'll be able to take an inner turret from this one. And Peke cancelled his teleport too late. So he's neither coming in from the side or coming in from the base. He's just too late for the mid lane.
Oh man, this is Origin.
That was
just
really good.
Again, they've just gone for the Baron without setting it up, and Reason had full vision. Look at the wards that are around the Baron area here for Reason Gaming. You can see them pink wards, green wards. They're not even fresh wards here, and Origin reluctant to even sweep them out here. just go for the Baron. This time they know there's no teleport available, so maybe they could have looked to have gone for it, but it's still a risky play. They're waiting around here for I don't know what.
I feel like we've been in this position before.
And it lost Origin the game last time.
They can't afford to make that same mistake this time, but they do have better scaling.
Get Peke into a side lane. Soaz has teleport, put Peke in the top lane, push in the middle lane with the rest of the team, just enough to be presence there, and then make Reason choose. Who do they stop? Soaz or Peke? Peke has both, well, has his flash up, so he can still get out. They're going for the Baron again. Soaz with the teleport this time can come into the fight. Gragas ult is about to come up. Everything is up pretty much, apart from actually the Sejuani ult.
They're
still not there.
to it.
They're still on this Baron at this point in Origin. They're getting chunked down pretty hard right now.
does get tagged up. Peke actually thrown into the back line, but he goes down. Miffy is this game one all over again. Niels will be going down. The mid laner dies as well. Miffy is dying and will tick out from the Ignite. He bleeds out, and Zayu and the rest of the Reason Gaming, this was a no-brainer. However, there's the ultimate, there is the equalizer. Livic will be keeping him healthy with his Monsoon, but this is dicey. This is so risky from Reason Gaming. Everyone is so low, but Kubon is in a position to zone away Soaz. Soaz has managed to compensate for the weakness in his team.
Just about. I mean, why are Origin going for these Barons? Why?
The million-dollar question,
I feel like
Stress.
I should have an answer for this, but I don't.
It's nonsensical.
But it is nonsensical, and they have a composition that Soaz with teleport, they knew they had the TP advantage. They could push one lane, Peke in the other. You just show in mid lane. You ward clear in the enemy jungle, make sure that nobody can actually come through the jungle to stop your laners and kind of go for a 2 or a 3v1. That's the basics of this kind of composition when you have a teleport on your top laner and a split pusher from your middle lane. That's how you run this 1-3-1 kind of style, and Origin just don't want to do it.
But they did it in game 2. We had Peke
I know.
split pushing, so they're capable of doing so. They're just not. Again, take fun, stray charms. Just one of them needs to hit for them to pick up a kill. Seen that so far in this game. He's been farming very well in this game. In fact, pretty much a Vladimir CS total is what we're looking at. 300 farm for him currently. Top lane is just getting stronger and stronger. Now has that magic resist. He even mentioned how heavy on the magic resist or how heavy on the magic damage Origin is in this game apart from Niels. And Amazing thinks he's caught Zayu. He's fairly tanky though, not quite the target that they want to go for. Knocking Amazing into the team as well. Kuban onto the top side of the fight. Take Fun into the bottom side, trying to get someone down. Celeber will be jumping away from the fight. That's not quite the right
package damage.
He is so fast. He will be able to get onto the back lines. He gets punted into the tower, but he's able to get away very quickly. He should be going down to Take Fun here. There he is. Zayu takes him out with the W, the Drunken Rage. That was actually a 2-for-1 in favor of Reason Gaming. They tunneled hard on Celeber.
They tunneled so hard. Niels is still alive though, and he has a lot of damage.
Boomerang blade, and Amazing will go for the re-engage as well. There comes the backswing, and they should pick up this kill here. Not quite. They'll go for the crab instead. He won't fight back.
Origin really want to take this dragon from this. Soaz has baited them past him.
Soaz in the bush, but Kuba will turn around with the damage. There's the blade search. Now Niels is right on top of him, but he goes for the first kill, looking for the second. He has been charmed. There is the, again, return on the distortion, or rather the return on the Orb of Deception. That's not a LeBlanc, but that is a Boomerang blade onto the Ahri.
Oh, neither team is going to be able to take Dragon. Niels with a massive amount of damage right now, but can't really 1v3. He was a little bit weak there. Didn't know whether Spell Shield was available or not, but I mean, Origin, they should have been ahead, and Reason Gaming have now taken the lead in the gold. And I mean, they've got the better scaling AD carry. They've got Celeber, who's been typically in better positions. He did get caught out in that last fight by Peke, but Origin, for everything that they fixed in Game 2, they've gone to exactly the same problems here in Game 3.
Yeah, but the only reason they were able to do so well in that last team fight was because Peke had both his summoners available. Yeah. And yes, he's gone Distortion again, but it's going to be a while until he gets those again. And if that's their crutch on when they can fight, that's a serious issue for them. Because that's a big window in which Reason Gaming can exploit that.
Origin, stop it. Stop it.
Stop it right now.
Stop. Stop it. Don't do this. Like, why? You know everybody is up. Now you have to back away and you've lost health to the Baron already.
They're still on it.
They're still on it. I do not understand this decision-making. This is not what you'd expect. Now Amazing's forced out. Niels has been charmed.
He takes another hit from the Q. The Baron is still being taken out. Take Fun is looking for the charm. There's the ultimate. He has been caught there on the back lines. There's the shutdown for Niels. Tazayu is now on the back lines as well. But Living, does the rest of the team have the damage? Coupon and Celiva trying to jump back and forth.
Binding!
Oh, the binding onto Celiva. He gets the rocket jump just in time. Amazing is low enough where they don't want to go for the re-engage. Again, this is so similar to game one where it shouldn't work out, but they somehow get a pick onto... It was actually Take Fun in the first game who, again, got caught into that Baron. He was just way too far forwards. But they can't rely on that. They can't rely on the opponent making mistakes to make their own play work.
And that's what they've been trying. They're trying it again. You just walked over the crab. You just walked over it. They're relying now on Zayu not being there, which is correct, but neither is Amazing yet. He is just joining the fight now. Ultimate from Gragas not available.
Slow.
Take Fun still dead, so they know they have the timing on this.
Amazing
but again, they're making very risky plays. That one was the safest they made yet, taking into consideration that Take Fun was still down. So Origin this time get away with it, but man, are they frustrating me with always going for Baron.
Yeah, Amazing also missed Smite. Peke was the one to pick it up with the last Tides of Blood. It survived on like 50 HP, so again, it could have just been a straight skill shot from Reason Gaming, which could have picked it up. However, just forget all that, because Origin have managed to pick up the Baron.
Yeah.
It now means that they can actually apply pressure onto Reason Gaming. They finally have the objective that they needed so badly to make something happen. It wasn't pretty, but now they have it.
Now they should 1-3-1. With Vladimir and a teleport available, this is the situation where they can actually afford to do that. Although there is a lot of wave clear on the Reason Gaming side of things between that Static Shiv and on Tristan and the Luden's Ari. Oh, it's still touch and go here for Origin. Yes, they got the Baron. Yes, they now have a slight gold lead, but Reason Gaming still could steal away that final spot in the grand finals.
You know, I've just got to say that I've been so impressed by the challenger teams as we've come into playoffs. It's like they really just knew that the pressure is up and the stakes are there, and they just turned it all on. They practiced, obviously, and now in these games have just looked stronger and stronger. Lowland Lions were just a different Lions from what we've seen. Gamers 2, really just the major problems that we saw during the split showed themselves in full during that game. And very interesting on the fan vote. 88 to 12 here.
Stuck at 12.
Stuck at 12. Very interesting. Apparently, it was at 13, but they lost 1%.
Oh. Well, 13's unlucky, so you don't want...
It is, yeah. Maybe that's what will tip the scales in their favor. We'll see.
Maybe.
Let's take a look at some of the items here, Stress. It's been a while since we paid attention to them, but these teams have been farming into a frenzy. Top lane has gone for the Rylai's. Of course, this is kind of the standard build for all of the Magic Pen coming in from Soaz. Peke in the mid lane has still yet to build his Ludens, but actually opted towards the Zhonya's Hourglass, which is probably a safer build at this stage in the game.
Yeah.
I have to agree with that. Top lane, now the more Man Mortius has been completed, all that magic damage will be mitigated by that item. And in the bot lane, Celiva has acknowledged that he's been getting caught and has gone for the quick silver sash.
This time the lane management is much better from Origin. You look at bot lane, it will start to push in or continue to pushing in. They're going to get a turret in top lane easily here. Mid lane is already at the inhibitor as well. So Origin this time are using their Baron buff a lot smarter for their second time around, and now they're pushed up in front of the inhibitor. This should be a dead inhibitor turret. Ooh, QSS.
They're really going to go for the fight underneath the tower. There comes the Gragas ultimate. Xpec is now underneath that turret. The tower's dropping very low. Niels tries to get the last couple auto-X down. However, Kuban is now jumping onto that back line. Take Fun is dropping low. Celiva gets caught again, and that will be the Monsoon blowing them away. Hopefully, the disengage that they need. Everyone's drops low, but no one has died just yet. Reason Gaming are now on the chase. This is risky, considering how strong Niels is, and they do back away to their turret.
Yeah, Niels is leading the charge though, and that's not a position that I'm actually too keen. Niels is stepping up to the plate. taking turret aggro as well. That's about the 5th time I've seen him do it this series. This time they get the turret from him. Whoa, that charm was a little too close for comfort. Niels has to back away. No ultimates available yet.
Sayu, no ultimate. He does follow through. There is the binding, but Niels can't quite get in range. He gets the boomerang blade, which again does not quite land. Niels is on the front line. This is very risky, but it's high risk, high reward. High risk, rather. Salova trying to get in range. That will be the inhibitor going down. They got what they came for. Now they should be leaving.
Yes, they need to hightail it out of there. Big wave in the bottom lane is going to push up to the inhibitor turret as well. Sayu ult not available for about another 10 seconds, so we can't blast somebody back, but they want to keep the pressure on here on the escape through the jungle. That will, however, signal the end of it. Dragon is coming up in 20 seconds. Which team are going to get there first? It looks like Origin are going to recall out, but they will be back just in time.
Yeah, Salova will be going down to the bot lane here to clear out these minion waves before they potentially set up for a dragon. There's 3 dragons to 2 currently on the scoreboard. Reason Gaming would really like another one here so they can have the threat of going for a 5th if we get down the road. That will be 12 minutes from now at a minimum. Reason Gaming will be the first ones to go for it. They're trying to nuke it down as fast as possible. They do not have the smite there just yet, as Swajani is actually turning away their smite, as the smite from Origin is now here. Drag the dragon out. And yeah, okay, wise from Reason Gaming. There's no reason to fight over this dragon because there's no real risk from it. All it gives them is that extra movement speed, which is not effective combat stats.
It's not combat stats, but it makes Origin that little bit slippery, or more slippery. Peke is going to get to the back line even easier. And Niels is going to be able to position even easier in fights as well. OG swing down to the bottom lane. Salova clearing out red buff in the top jungle as well. This is still a very close game. Origin certainly have the lead. Their Baron buff has expired though. And that makes this push a little bit more difficult here for Origin as well.
This has been a pretty stellar performance by Reason Gaming no matter what happens in this series. Do you think this Reason Gaming is stronger than the Gamers 2 we saw yesterday, if it comes down to that? But this is still all down to potentially even a final fight, which seems to happen very often between these 2 teams for some reason. Niels now pushing this bottom turret. Now 42 minutes into the game, make that 43. Fast approaching that mark. Top lane, though, is something they'll have to deal with, so Reason Gaming, you either fight here or you back off and concede this turret. Choose one.
Yeah, problem for Origin is the minion wave just died in front of them, and still about a third of the turret health left, so somebody's going to swing top lane. They're still waiting on the bottom lane minions to come through, but Origin now, they're going to step up onto the base. Niels is the one tanking up the tower to begin with. Ultimate has come out.
Onto the back line, lands onto Tristana. It will be amazing going into the back lines, and Xpeke goes down into his pool. Take Fun as well, comes in with some more damage, but the tower will be dropping. Xpeke jumps forward. He gets one, goes into Zhonya's. Salova, will he be the next target? He'll have to rocket jump away as his ally dies. Origin, they go 3 for 0. They take the bottom inhibitor, and all of a sudden, this looks like Origin's game to lose.
It's Origin about to win this game, to be honest. Origin have pushed up to the Nexus turrets. That's the first one going down. Massive death timers still on Reason Gaming, and it's been a little bit shaky from Origin, but they have unseated Reason Gaming.
Yeah, Salova here, he's 1 versus 4, but he should be falling here as Peke's trying to fall up into the spawn pad. It doesn't matter though, because Origin finally in this series pull it together and take this series 2-1 against Reason Gaming, who put up such a solid performance. But Origin do make it to the grand finals.
And it wasn't easy.
No, it was not. That was not a pretty game, and that was not a pretty series.
Congratulations to Origin for making it, but that was not the Origin we saw during the group stage by any stretch of the imagination. Hats off to them for winning. Hats off to Reason for you know, putting up a great fight here. That's 3 much longer games, or 2 much longer games than we were expecting in this series. But Origin have done it so far.
Yeah. We will have an interview in a couple minutes here, and I believe we have a lot of questions for... I think it's amazing who's coming on here. Maurice will have a lot of things to say. But after that series, it went down to the wire, and ultimately it was Origin who came ahead. There's a lot of things they have to fix between now and next week for our live grand finals. But what is for certain is Origin will be there up against Lowland Lions. And that'll be our live finals on April 8th. So remember that tickets are still available for that if you want to join us live at the studios.
Yeah, you can grab them on lolesports.com. But that series, 3 games is the first big surprise out from this. And that's not to take anything away from Reason Gaming, because I actually think they played very well in this series. The second surprise was Origin back and forth on their decision making. Game 2 was let's go do it. Game 1 and 3 were very much so let's just stand around in front of Baron for a while. So as you said, I got a lot of questions for Maurice when we actually get there.
Yes, I feel like I know what the first question from you is going to be, Stress, but
I'll be nice. I'll be nice.
Yeah, but yeah, it was a very interesting series overall. It highlighted some problems from Origin, also strengths from Reason Gaming. And both of these guys are still in it. Reason Gaming now dropping down to face Gamers 2. Gamers 2 will have to see if they fix their own issues, as we saw from yesterday. And that will be the third place game next week on Tuesday. So make sure to tune in for that as well. That'll be another best of 3.
Yeah, it will be. I'm looking forward, though, to our grand finals now, because that's going to be one heck of a series between Lowland Lions and Origin, and I can't wait to see who's going to take home the first place.
Yeah, well, with his final spot secured, we're joined by Amazing to talk about their win. Hello, Amazing. How's it going?
Hey. It's going good, since we managed to somehow put it together and actually win the game. It was stressful, though. It was stressful.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, with your preparation for this game, did you expect it to go to 3 games at all?
Honestly, we didn't. Like, the thing is that we in practice seem to be way better at abusing weak early game teams and thus get a lead and snowball it pretty well. But to be honest, Reason Gaming played in a way where they evaded a lot of fights where they didn't want to take. They kind of gained a lot of things which could have set us ahead. And it was kind of surprising to see such a defensive, passive playstyle being executed to that level. So props to them, and we have to adapt to that the next time.
Okay, so I guess the next question for us on the game is how your decision-making was in Game 1 and 3. You were so focused on that Baron. We knew it was to break, of course, the defense from Reason Gaming, but there was a couple dodgy decisions, especially in Game 1, where you just kind of tunneled on the Baron a couple of times. What was the thought process behind that?
Yeah, the thought process was basically to actually break the defense that they had, but we didn't execute properly. What we should have done most likely, since they spammed a lot of pink wards, they basically invested a lot of money into the cover of the Nash. We should have probably just starved them to death, more or less, and basically don't allow them to face check to the Nash because we had such a good catch comp. But we didn't really do that. We didn't really get the priority mid. We didn't play to our practice, and thus they were actually able to contest the Nashes, which meant for us that we couldn't break the defense that they had.
So what was the biggest change between Games 1 and Game 2? Because to us it looked night and day for you guys.
I think we adapted a bit in terms of picks and bans. I think going for Gragas really helped us because I think Rek'Sai, once mid-late game hits, unless he's utterly fat, is going to struggle to actually kill backlands, and is only going to be chunked out, especially versus the Charms that I seem to eat every 20 seconds, honestly. I thought that Rek'Sai was not the pick that's going to win us the series, but a tank engaged and basically someone that can tank objectives, that can tank the front, their backline and allow our backline to do damage.
Okay, so you have now made it through in a 2-1 series up against Reason Gaming. So next week you'll be facing Lowland Lions, and this is also the Lowland Lions, which took a game off you in Week 5. How do you think that series is going to go?
I mean, I can give a confident opinion or something that could be PR heavy. I think if we play to our practice, we should go 3-0. If we don't play to our practice, it should still be win.
Okay, fantastic. Well, once again, congratulations on your win, Amazing, and we will see you next week on the finals.
Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure, Maurice. As always a pleasure to speak to Amazing after a game. And you heard his response there about how they weren't expecting Reason to quite play so well around the Baron. And I will echo that sentiment. As we said during the game, Reason actually stepped up a lot between the last game and this game, but to focus on Origin, I think this provides for a very exciting series in that between Lowland Lions and Origin, that they both want to get ahead early game. And there's always some crazy stuff that happens with Lowland Lions when they're desperately trying to get ahead in the early game. So that makes it a very exciting grand finals.
Well, with that game complete, we conclude our semi-finals and the third place and grand final teams who are locked in. So let's see who made the cut. It is Lowland Lions making it to the finals with Reason Gaming, or rather Origin. I kind of messed that one up. But it's Origin and Lowland Lions in the finals. You know that one by now. And it's Reason Gaming and Gamers 2 who are dropping into that third place match.
Yes, that's 2 exciting series here to really go head-to-head over next week. But remember, with regards to next week, we're broadcasting on both Tuesday and Wednesday again at our regular time of 6 p.m. CEST.
Yeah, and on Tuesday, it's our 3rd place match. Then on Wednesday, it's the Grand Finals live from our studios here in Berlin.
So if you want to see Origin going up against Lowland Lions live next week in Berlin on April the 8th, you don't have long left to book your ticket. Check out the tickets tab on lolesports.com and follow the links to get yours before it's too late.
Yeah, not long to go indeed, Stress. But while we're done on the European Challenger Series, your league fix doesn't end here. Tune in at 3 p.m. PDT right before the playoff edition of PTL to witness the unrivaled sophistication and elegance like you've never seen it before on the Rift.
And after ye old league organisations square off against the Society of Worth Assessing Gentlemen for the coveted Golden Spatula, Primetime League will be live. That'll take place at around about 1 a.m. CEST or 4 p.m. Pacific. Finally, if that's not enough for you, Freak and Zyrene will bring you their last semi-final of the 2015 North American Challenger Series.
That was a mouthful for sure. But that's all for us. So from myself, Stress, our entire Berlin broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next Tuesday next week.
The wave, backing away. Oh, great ult.
3 players. Xpeke will be going into his invulnerable form. Kubon as well with a follow-up. There comes the rampage. Takefoot trying to get the kill onto Amazing.
Origin are rolling the dice
50,
again.
50 this. They just can't. Zayu comes in again, initiates onto the back line. There's the second initiate from Kubon, and they are ripping apart the back line, looking to try and get the equalizer down. It does split them away. It takes down Miffy. Oh, the Void who's lands onto Niels as he gets away from this fight.
Here comes the teleport coming in.
Oh, Kubon, he just got the ultimate down, but again, it whiffs and doesn't hit anybody. Xpeke is on the back lines and he just shreds everybody down. There's the double kill for Amazing.
Niels, his itemization is so far behind because of it. In top lane, Zayu is going in first.
Amazing is there to counter-engage though. Lands a great ultimate onto 2 players, onto Zayu and Kubon, who will be dropping first. Reduce into the rush to cut the vision. Kubon, can he get in range for the ultimate attack? Turns around!
But Origin now, they're going to step up onto the base. Niels is the one tanking up the tower to begin with. Ultimate has come out.
Onto the back line, lands onto Tristana. It will be Amazing going into the back lines, and Xpeke goes down into his pool. Take Fun as well, comes in with some more damage, but the tower will be dropping. Xpeke jumps forward. He gets one, goes into Zhonya's. Celiver, will he be the next target? He'll have to rocket jump away as his ally dies. Origin, they go 3 for 0 because Origin finally in this series pull it together and take this series 2-1 against Reason Gaming.